lots of different things going. So we are now live. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. For the few of you that are here, and I'll probably end up repeating this later on in the show. Well, I am working on a way where we can now run all of the platforms from a single camera, and it should eradicate in the future reverse graphics and things like that. You guys know, it's been an issue with the show since the beginning. And some of the platforms, the data presented behind me is reversed, and unfortunately, I don't know how to fix that every platform. So I fix it on the platforms I can, and the platforms I fix it, or if there is no option to mirror it, if there is no option to mirror the data, it appears reversed on some of my platforms. So once we get to the point where we can do the entire show from one camera across all platforms, hopefully that should go away and everyone will get the same camera angle. The issue is I don't want it to put in jeopardy the comment section. I like to see the comments coming in from all of you folks, and I don't ignore comments. Understand that. It doesn't matter if the comment is complimentary or if it's a complaint or even an insult. I do read the comments, but the problem is with over half a dozen platforms all live at the same time, you're not going to see every comment. So a lot of folks tend to think, well, you're ignoring my comment, or you can't handle snowflake, you can't handle insults. So we can handle any damn thing you send, and we'll try to read it if we can. But like I said, there are comments flying all over the place. So we get to what we can see, and of course, anybody who sends a comment with a super chat, it turns the screen a different color. So just about 100%, probably about 95 to 99% of super chats, like on YouTube, they get responded to because it changes the screen colors. But other than that, it's all white lettering on a black background, and we read as many of those as we can. Anyway, looking in the comments right off the bat, I forgot Happy Father's Day, said Eric. Thank you very much, Eric Von Eric, and Happy Father's Day to all of you folks out there as well. I'm obviously not the only one that has offspring. So happy Father's Day to all of you folks. I don't play into the game that the women sometimes play where they state, my child's father's not in my life, so we celebrate Father's Day too. We don't do that here. Mother's Day is your day. Just because dad is not around does not mean you get an additional day to celebrate. So we don't play that because you don't normally see a whole lot of fathers with custody taking credit on Mother's Day. Men don't tend to do that. There's more women doing that, taking credit on Mother's Day. So we don't, or taking credit on Father's Day. So we don't get into that. But happy Father's Day to the males, and we do know what a man is here. Happy Father's Day to the men that are enjoying their day. Fair point. Looking in the comments, somebody says Toby. Good evening, Ricky. Right now, I prefer to go by Kuta Kente. So maybe after a few more lashings, perhaps you'll get me to say Toby. So today is going to be an open forum. As you see, the monitor behind me is asking what's on your mind, but we're going to have an open forum today. But I do got a few things I want to go, I want to run by you because I think they're worthy of discussing. First of all, I just want to know from you folks, and we'll ask some of the callers that come up, and you can even state it in the comments. I'm curious, what does America First mean to you? We've asked it before. It's obviously something that's come into play very strongly under the Trump administration. It's not the first time we've heard the phrase, but under the Trump administration, I'm asking, what does America First mean to you? Because it is what Trump promised to do. And do you believe the Trump agenda, what Trump is currently doing in this country, do you believe known an America First agenda? Do you believe that is the aim of what he is doing? Looks like I got some slow movement on Clapper, so I don't know what's going on with Clapper, but if it catches up. But we're talking about America First, but I want you to hear another receipts and clips as always. This one here is a story that keeps on giving but I think it's worthy of playing this clip because I want to know if you think she's right. This is the former presidential Democratic nominee and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. I want you to hear what she had to say in reference to President Biden
the Democratic National
and the Democratic Party
Committee released an autopsy report on the 2024 election. It satisfied nobody. Not one person did it satisfy except for maybe the Bidens, because it didn't mention Joe Biden's decision to run. When you look back on this episode, and it's obviously we don't have the distance of historians, some time has elapsed. How do you analyze it? I know you had a long political alliance together, complicated relationship, and so on and so forth, but when you look back on his decision to run, did he make a terrible mistake?
Now, before she answers this question, I'm going to pose a question to you folks. First of all, when you hear her answer, let me know in the comments if you think she is correct or incorrect. And if you think her comment is respectful of the president, Joe Biden, or throwing him under the bus, or perhaps neither.
He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again. And, counterfactual narratives are always a bit tricky. But I believe if he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, the torch to the next generation, we would have had a real contest. And very sadly, I believe whoever emerged from that contest, whether it was the vice president or a governor or a senator or anybody else, would have beaten Donald Trump. So I think it was a terrible miscalculation on the part of President Biden. But once he didn't move and did not, admit that he had said he was going to step aside and then decided not to, and held on for as long as he did, we were in a terrible dilemma.
So the question is, do you think Hillary Clinton is getting that one wrong? Right or wrong? State in the comments. Right or wrong? What do you think about Hillary Clinton? Do you believe that she is, speaking of Biden respectfully or throwing him under the bus? But right or wrong, do you think Hillary Clinton's comments about President Biden are right or wrong? I'm looking in the comments. It looks like just about all of the comments coming in are suggesting that she's correct. Wow. So then is it safe to assume or safe to state that the reason the Democrats lost, partially Joe Biden's fault? Partially Joe Biden's fault. Now, you guys always know I hold up Kamala Harris and I say she's a bad candidate. If you listen to what Hillary Clinton is saying, she's indicating that not to call him Hunter, if she's indicating that if Joe Biden had a step down, it's a possibility Kamala Harris wouldn't have been the candidate to run for to begin with. And I'm going to tell you my humble opinion. I actually agree with Secretary Clinton as well. I do believe when you look at the performance of Kamala Harris running for the nation on her own and how poorly she did, I think it's safe to assume also that had Biden not handed her election, she probably would not have gotten it on her own. She probably would not have earned it on her own. So you guys will certainly end up talking about that, but that's obviously not. This is an open forum, so we're gonna take the show in a lot of different directions. But that certainly is not the primary topic of the show by any means. I want you to hear something else that I think is crazy. Now, all of you folks heard what is his name, Josh Hawkett, suggest that Michelle Obama was a man. I'm not going to play the clip here unless there's some relevance or need to play it again. We did play it before. We played it the day after he said it last weekend. But I want you to hear two folks. First, you're going to hear from basically the owner of the UFC, Dana. But then I want you to hear from Josh Hawkett, the guy who made the comment himself. And I want to ask you a couple questions and get your take on this.
A couple of negatives. Look, the Josh Hockett thing was obviously the big story for the mainstream media going out.
Yep.
That was
disgusting.
Yeah. Do you regret putting him on that card because of those comments? And
No, I mean, listen, there's always going to be people that say things that most of us don't agree with. You know, I mean, just the time, the place, yeah, no. I've said many times, listen, I voted for Obama the first time, didn't vote for him the second time. Then when I was at the inauguration, he was sitting in front of me, and then I saw all this stuff on the internet where people like, oh, Dana's mad dogging Obama. Obama's the only one that turned around to me, couldn't have been a nicer guy, and said, congratulations on all your success and everything that you've done, whatever. I said, thank you, Mr. President. And I don't believe in this shit. Like all the people that hate Trump, he's not my president. All the people that hated Biden, he's not my president. I got some bad fucking news for you. If you're an American, that's your president. And I respect all presidents, present and past. And you know, not everybody does, and you got to listen to stupid shit like that sometimes, unfortunately, because I also believe in free speech.
I gotcha.
So do I. Well said, Dana. Dana White. Now, I guess by way of yes or no in the comment section. Yes or no in the comment section. Do you believe Dana White should discipline Josh Hockett in any way, shape, or form? Because even though he favors free speech, by the way, so do I, this has hurt that performers, that fighters, his sponsorships. It may hurt him in terms of future matches. He may end up getting suspended. And of course, that's going to translate to hurting the UFC by letting him go up there and say that in front of a White House audience. You know, like you hear Dana White say time and place. I mean, it's one thing to say that, which is bad enough, which has nothing to do with a UFC fight whatsoever. But to then say it on the White House lawn? You're talking about a former first lady on the White House lawn. So I'm asking, do you believe?
But she took it and framed it.
Do you believe Dana White should discipline Josh Hockett in any way, shape, or form? Look like a lot of you folks are saying no. Look like a lot of you folks are indeed saying that no, he should not be disciplined for saying that. Fair enough. Look, like I said, at the end of the day, Dana White is there for the defense and sake of the UFC. And yeah, I don't believe what the fighter did is for the betterment of his league. Now, if you had done, make no mistake about it, the UFC is probably the only professional sport that you could have done that for and had the owner of the sport come out there like Dana White and say something like that. If you had a World Series champion at the World Series party or a press conference say something like that, the Major League Baseball Association is going to come down on that athlete. The same thing would happen predominantly. If you did it in the NFL or the NBA, you might not play next season because those leagues have a lot more minorities, particularly African Americans, in those leagues. If you're an NBA player or you are a NFL player and you say Michelle Obama's a man at a sanctioned event for that league, you might not play in that league again for quite a while. So we're talking about whether or not to discipline a person. Now, if you did it as a NASCAR professional, shit, they may give you a few extra bucks in cash. I don't know. But you're not going to get away with doing it in the NFL or NBA. Maybe even the NHL, the National Hockey League, might not tolerate it. So Dana White is taking a real relaxed approach to it. But Hockett himself, the fighter himself, apparently is indicating maybe Michelle Obama, the person that was the butt of this attack, is herself taking it too far.
Overreacting and making a big deal out of nothing. I was just joking with her, just a harmless comment with no bad intent. But she took it and framed it as racism and a personal attack, which is not how I meant it at all. I'll admit, saying that inside the White House wasn't very respectful. But anyone who knows me knows I've always made jokes like this after winning matches or in casual situations. It's just how I talk sometimes. I've even said worse things before, and it was never turned into something this serious. I was just trying to lighten the mood a bit. What I said is nothing close to the kind of trash talk athletes throw at each other before games. So I don't understand why this one comment is being singled out. Is it because her last name is Obama? Or because of her skin color? When did everything in the US start getting turned into racial politics like this? I can apologize and accept consequences if needed, but I still don't think I did anything wrong. Michelle Obama
Okay, now in the comments, somebody asked a really good question. Melissa says, I thought you said free speech. I'm 100% in favor of free speech. 100%. I don't believe in free speech without consequences, though. I believe you should be able to say the N-word. I believe 100% to that. But I'm not going to pretend like if you go around saying it, there may not be consequences. Do you think if Josh Hockett had said, Melania Trump looks really good naked, great pictorial, in the same spot that she said Michelle Obama's a man, you think MAGA would be talking about how much free speech he's entitled to? You think they would celebrate that? There absolutely is a pictorial of Melania Trump laying there completely 100% nude that you can find on the internet. You think if he had been commenting on how great her body looked, perhaps how great her tits and vagina looked, you think MAGA would be in favor of that? Or do you think they would be on the same side of this issue as the liberals are? Just want to make for you guys to look at this from a more objective point of view. Last but not least, before we start taking callers, we're certainly going to continue talking about the on-again, off-again Iran war, because apparently it's on again. Apparently it's on again. Just yesterday, Iran announced the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. It's closed again because Israel is attacking Lebanon. Here's the issue behind this. It's just like anything else. Once you say something and go back on it over and over again, it loses value for its current state. If you keep crying wolf, at some point people do not believe you. And the point I'm trying to make here is that for these corporations that are hauling flammable products like crude oil and stuff to go through this strait, with Iran threatening to mine it one day, Trump saying it's no longer mined and open, and at some point they're going to say this is too dangerous to play this game. It's too dangerous to be shipping, hundreds of thousands of dollars of flammable fuel through a strait that has mines. The cost of the shipment we would lose, the cost of ensuring the shipment that it costs to go through this region. At some point, you're going to start having people say, "Fuck it," we're going to have to basically behave as if it might close at any given moment. So even though it may be open when you leave the port, we got to charge insurance as if it might close somehow, some way on the route, which will translate into higher fuel costs for us all, because those containers have to be insured when they're out in open sea. And if there's a possibility of a nation blowing one to smithereens, killing the crew and all of the product, they got to raise the price up significantly. It might even lead to some folks saying, we're just not going to take that risk. Maybe go around in a different direction or something of that will add to the cost significantly. But Obama is in his museum opening up. He weighed in on this with the New Deal, somewhat giving best wishes to the New Deal, but also speaking in terms of what we had before this. And this is a cut from Barack Obama.
What we know about the deal so far.
I am very happy to see a ceasefire, and I'm hopeful that it holds. But in terms of what was the original rationale for this war, which was there was a deal in place in which Iran had agreed not to develop nuclear weapons. This administration, or a prior version of this administration, pulled out of it, which caused then Iran to develop more nuclear capacity. We've now fought a war, spent billions and billions of dollars, put an enormous strain on our military. A lot of people have died, and it feels like we're back where we were before we started the war, except maybe a little bit worse off.
So he said potentially even worse than we were before the war started. So we'll get into the show. This is an open forum. We're taking comments from all sorts of directions. Do got a couple of clips, but I'm not going to run them by right now for the sake of getting the show on the road. And like I said, this is an open forum, so we're going to be talking about what's on your mind in regards to these topics and more. So look it in the comments. Stevie D, you're charged by age. What you guys are talking amongst each other? What's happening, Tim? Happy Father's Day, CBOG Kush. Same to you if you are a parent. For all of you folks watching, thank you, CBOB Kush. Free confirmed true speech. Do we really have proof, Tim? What do you mean free confirmed? I don't get that one. But I do believe that free speech comes with consequences. You can't, just like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. If you yell something out, and let me ask you this, folks, because there is a potential for the Obamas, Michelle and her husband Barack, to sue. It's clearly defamation. Saying that she's a man when she's not is clearly defamation. How hard would it be for her to prove that she's not a man? I mean, she can find any physician. She could literally tell Josh Hockett, you pick the physician and we'll prove it to him and he can come in open court and testify. I mean, like, he's wide open for a defamation suit at this point. But do you think the Obamas, who don't need the cash, but do you think they should sue this fighter? Tap the screen, get the lights on up to 10,000. We'll go straight to the comments. Democrats don't know what a female is. Apparently, Josh Hockett doesn't either. Apparently, a lot of Republicans don't know what a female is either to make a statement like that. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the show. What do you think? Do you think that Michelle Obama should sue that fighter?
I don't care at this point. I really don't. It seems like bread and circuses. I don't really care.
It seems like what?
Bread and circuses.
Circus orchestrated by who? Who's the ringleader?
No. It's a phrase. It's a phrase that comes from the Roman Empire. The idea of bread and circuses was that when the empire was falling in Rome, in order to distract the public from the bad policies that were being put in by the leadership, they would put on tons of shows at the Colosseum and hand out free bread. So like whenever it was asked, like, how do we distract the public from real important issues? Give them bread and circuses.
Do you believe that's what's going on now, that our empire may be falling and our administration is trying to distract us?
No, a little bit, but I think that's happened like numerous times. I think we've dipped a little bit as an empire, and I think that if we keep going down, we could fall. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
What would you do? What would you do if that was your wife and she got embarrassed like that? Would you knew you had the potential to sue if you wanted to? Would you just let it go, or would you sue?
It depends on how much the actual effects. If it when it comes to if this was like a 1-to-1 comparison, I just wouldn't care. I would just say, first off, there's something called "Don't Feed the Trolls." But Tim, I don't really want to talk about that because I think there's more important issues we could talk about that I think are deeper.
So you think it should just be ignored?
Yeah, I genuinely do. Unless he did something like he tried to go to medical doctors and to the medical boards and try to change papers on my wife's behalf to make it so that way she gets bad treatments because of his accusation or something like that she's a man.
Have you ever seen the ads right after a Super Bowl or a World Series? They go and find a star player and they say, "What are you doing? You just won the Super Bowl." And he goes, "I'm going to Disney World." Have you ever seen those type of ads?
Yeah, I've seen that.
The point I'm trying to make is he said this in front of an audience of double-digit millions of people. This isn't something he said quietly at a Trump rally or something. He said this in front of a huge audience. Saying this about your wife, you would potentially just let that slide. Not knowing that the audience cheered it on, it was on the White House lawn, the president was watching and kind of smirked, you would just kind of let that slide.
Yeah, well, Tim, first off, this is open forum, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, look, I'll answer your question, but then I kind of want to move on to a deeper topic.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I think it was very inappropriate what he did, but like there's a difference between what he should have done and what Michelle should do as a response.
What should she do?
The response, I think she should probably ignore it, or
so she should let it go. That's what you would just. So in other words, she should just let it go.
Yeah, overall, but she should do it in a way where she looks like the more mature, like oh, I'm the adult in the room. He's just a child saying stupid stuff.
Wasn't she already looking like that before he spoke and opened his? I mean, when does Michelle Obama not look like the adult in the room?
Well, I'm not gonna go into that because that's a long conversation.
I would like to hear it, but go. Go ahead.
But again, the point I'm trying to make, Tim, is that ultimately, like, if you feed the trolls, if you give into like his immature behavior, you humor it in a way. When you humor it, you give it validity. If it doesn't like have any tertiary effects or secondary effects on you, like it doesn't change how doctors interact with you, it doesn't change what businesses you can buy from or how much money you can get like on a daily basis. If it doesn't have secondary or tertiary effects, the best thing you can do is to make the person look foolish by being like, oh, he's just an idiot. He's just a dumb fighter who probably has CTE or something like that. In fact, she could have made him look stupid by making a joke at his expense and saying like, well, I guess that's the stuff you say when you have so much brain damage.
Now once she does that, she no longer looks like the adult in the room when she says so. To me, I'll just say this.
Well,
I would have
maybe she shouldn't make a joke at his expense, but she could still be the person who just says he's being corny, he's being dumb, and it sounds, and she should say he's acting like a child, and just say that. Say, I have no other comment other than I don't care when an immature person like that.
Your audio's going out.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Here, let me just say this. I would be more willing to agree with you about, not feeding the trolls if this was a one-off issue and, don't follow behind it because it's just going to make it continue or go more. I would be behind you if that was the case. But the fact is, her doing and saying nothing about this is probably going to do more to make it continue than if she actually sued him for defamation. Because the right has been calling Michelle Obama a man since Michelle Obama came on the world stage. So it ain't going nowhere. So ignoring it is not going to make it go away. It's not one of those, if you feed the trolls, it's going to keep going. If you ignore it, it'll go away. No, it's not going to go away. I believe if she actually sued for defamation, that would be doing more to make it go away than ignoring it. What say you?
I say no, but can we move on to a different topic because this is open forum? I think there's a lot of topics that I think we can cover.
Okay, what do you want to dodge this topic for? What do you got?
Dodge this topic.
That's what you're doing. What do you got?
I answered all your questions. As I just don't care about the subject that much.
All right, keep going. Go ahead.
All right. So look, I want to get your opinion on this because you are a father, and I think that as a conservative, I still think that most people would agree that families and the family structure are very important parts of how to raise a society full of functional human beings.
Okay.
Would you say so?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about like having like more community involvement in raising children? I think there's some use to it. I do still think that I still think that it's not that the nuclear family is still the best. Like studies have shown that like the nuclear family tends to be the most beneficial for children. But I do feel that we've lost a lot of what we used to have as a society. The more we have involved technology and screens and become more atomized. I like when my dad was growing up, he said that you could leave all the windows and doors in your house open in the middle of the summer and no one would ever break in. Because it was a high trust society.
No, because people were home too. I'll tell you this is also because people were home. It ain't just. I think one of the things that's broke up the nuclear family is not just the stuff you mentioned, which I'm not disagreeing with. I think capitalism has done it. I think that when during the age that your relative was talking about, dad may have worked and mom stayed home. Dad wasn't required to work on weekends. Everybody worked bangers hours. Most of the businesses are closed. You couldn't buy a color TV at 3 a.m. like you can now. You couldn't go out for a steak dinner at 2 o'clock in the morning. Everything's open because in a capitalist society that we have now, people are trying to make money constantly. You can barely even spend Thanksgiving or a holiday with your family because your boss wants you to come to work that day. People literally have to leave Thanksgiving dinner to go out for Good Friday deals and shit like that, whether to work or shop. That wasn't happening back then. So I think if anything that has ruined the nuclear family is capitalism. People trying to get paid. That's got more to do with it, in my opinion, than anything else. There's no reason for malls and all this stuff to be open in the middle of the night and 24-hour shopping. That ain't necessary. That's employers trying to get as much money as they possibly can, as opposed to letting those people be home and raise their families. Same thing with the weekends. There's no reason for all of this. Just about everybody now works on the weekend. That wasn't happening back then.
That's actually an interesting answer. I actually kind of like the way you phrased that. I think that capitalism definitely incentivizes commodification of everything. Like there's things that you just couldn't sell in the past because they weren't something that you could monetize that I think are now monetized. Like sharing your opinions with people you care about is now monetized in the form of social media and ads. You know, like an opinion used to just be something you would tell your friend when you were hanging out.
Right.
Now it's something that we're even doing online right as we speak. And I'm sure there's ads being played on TikTok all the time to keep this machine alive.
Well, let me talk about the machines real quick, because I see Stevie D agrees with you in the comments. He's saying people are on their phones going out to eat. Tim Screens broke us up. The iPhone didn't come about until like 2007. Before that era, the early 2000s, the late 90s, people weren't staring into their phones anywhere near to the level they are now, because the internet capabilities were not on phones. It was text messaging at best. And the nuclear family was still fucked up. It's not like the nuclear family was going on and strong in the 1990s and early 2000s either. So I'm not saying screens hasn't exaggerated the problem and made it worse, but it wasn't great. It wasn't on a great trajectory even before the advent of the smartphone. It was coming apart because of what I just stated. People got to work 2 jobs because the job don't pay enough. You just don't have enough time to be home with your kids because you ain't getting paid enough. So you're doubling and tripling up on jobs. You're working overtime. All of that's hurting the nuclear family, and all of that was happening before the screens.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I like capitalism because I think it's the best system we have, but I've always seen it as essentially amoral. Like not immoral or moral, but amoral, meaning it doesn't care about morality, meaning that it can be abused and misused.
Yeah.
And I think that that ultimately people on the right have rightfully called out the idea that communism is good as a bad idea, because everywhere it's tried, and it's not only account for human nature, but it doesn't account for like basic math. But they've become so anti-communist that they become worshiping of capitalism. I don't think that's a healthy thing to do. I think that causes people to see the world as transactional. Like, oh, I bought my wife this present not because I love her, but because the only way you can show love to somebody is by buying a gift. Even like some of the best gifts I've ever gotten from significant others that I've dated in the past, or from loved ones, were ones that cost almost nothing, but it cost a lot of time and energy and labor to make. Like homemade gifts, rather than ones that are expensive. And I think that we should, for conservatives, I think you read my article about this, new rules for conservatives. I mentioned in there that like capitalism is just a system. It's not a moral system. It's not a good or bad system. You should worship it.
But here's the problem. I think that's exactly what happens, Jeremy, is we do worship capitalism. We're always trashing socialism, like you mentioned with communism. We trash all the other systems. But in reality, there are good and bad of every system. Communism and socialism are not 100% bad. Capitalism is not 100% good. We're always trashing these other systems like capitalism is just perfect. It's not. It has a lot of flaws in it. There's a reason why a large chunk of America is either homeless, They're what do they call it? Food. You're none.
Insecure.
Yeah, food insecure is what I'm looking for. All of that stuff's happening in they don't have health care. All of that's happening in a system that's bragging about how great it is to be capitalist. So our system is not perfect either.
Right, but I don't think there is such thing as a perfect system when it comes to how to distribute goods.
But there's good and bad in all of them. There's not a such thing as 100% flawed system either.
Right, but I think that there's like such thing as systems that work better than others. That's why I support the idea of using capitalism, but I don't support the idea of worshiping it. And I used to be one of those people who actually did kind of worship capitalism because I was young and I thought like, because I chose team right wing and team conservative, I kind of just went with whatever the talking points were back then. Now I see things a little more clearly where I have more of my own opinions. Yeah. So I think that it sounds like what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but we need a system, we need an economy where the cost of living severely drops so people can afford to not work as much. So people can afford to work enough where the system works and people make enough money, but then they can go home and spend time with their family doing things that they actually want to do and not just working for the sake of working.
I think if the goal was simply to tailor the system closer to acknowledging all the existence of all people as opposed to the wealthy, and our system favors the wealthy. There's no denying that. Our system favors the wealthy because they can lobby and things like that. If you take that out of it, I think it would become significantly better because if you actually poll the average of all people, stuff like universal healthcare and stuff like that are widely favored. But the wealthy have lopsided amount of input and control so that things that the majority may favor in this country does not actually happen because they have a louder voice because they have more money. So the system is tailored more to them. So the minority to some degree are kind of ruling the system.
Well, I don't disagree that the wealthy have the worst, not the worst, but the most influence on us. Yeah. And the system has kind of gone from capitalism to crony capitalism, which is a form of capitalism that's rigged. Because capitalism is kind of like a monopoly game. And if everyone obeys the rules, everyone will succeed or fall based on merits. But they've kind of like a lot of lobbyists have kind of used the government to rig the system in their favor. I think that that's an unhealthy thing. I believe in a capitalism with rules that we all have to follow. I don't believe in laws.
And that's where the benefits of socialism come in play because a lot of those rules are what you find in socialist systems. And in this country, we start putting up rules and things like that. People start yelling socialism. But a lot of to favor the little guy from being, dominated by the big guy or by the wealthy, you got to take the rules you often see that are working in socialist environments. And we don't want that in this country. We want to be capitalists. Well, this is what happens. Last word to you. I do got to move on.
Well, I'll finish up by just asking you a question. So back on the family thing, I'm guessing you're probably no longer like a regular father. You're probably like a grandfather or your kids are all grown, right?
I got one that's underway. I got one that's still a couple of years left.
Okay. So when it comes to community, how much did you allow your extended family to be involved in helping you raise your kid? Because I think that's something that I think has been kind of lost, and I think it could be like useful to have like a larger family to help give dad and mom a break every once in a while.
That doesn't, unfortunately, that doesn't happen as much anymore. Like my kids, a lot of them are distant. They're in different cities and things like that. But once again, like I said, because people are working 2 jobs and a bunch of overtime, they don't even have time to come home and raise their own kids properly. Like when we were kids, we spent the whole summer with each other and cousins and shit. It just doesn't happen like that now because people are working their asses off.
Oh, well, I hope that changes soon. And I think that like ultimately capitalism functions on every system of government, every system of economy relies on the people it rules over. So I think if we all collectively really did try to make sure that people actually had time to do things outside of work, and actually were able to afford living and have a cheaper cost of living, I think we could change the system for the better. What do you think?
I think you need to vote Democrat. I gotta go, Jeremy. Appreciate it. All right. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 25,000 if you will. Stevie D says capitalism is great. Late stage capitalism is evil. and we are getting closer to the late stage capitalism. I agree with that. But here's the thing, Stevie. Trump was the guy that was going to change all of that. Do you think he succeeded or do you think he exaggerated it? He was the guy that was going to change all of that shit. Remember, he couldn't be bought because he came with his own money. You know, he's not even going to take a salary. That's how much he can't be bought. He has his own money. He was going to change all of that stuff. In the comments, coming on early isn't going to save you from this. Coming on early is not going to save you from me saying support your local liberal, handsome conservative. I do appreciate that, by the way. Help people out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. I haven't solicited at all, so let's get that started. This is MAGA-friendly programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. Thank you, alter ego. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. We'll take a comment and a compliment occasionally, but we don't have any issues with the complaints and insults. We do read those as well. That's how free speech works. I want a stupid black Trump lover to call in. I like listening to the corny bullshit, says. I don't get a lot of black MAGA. Most of the MAGA I get are not black. I've had a few. Unfortunately, Duke Vader was black MAGA. Used to call in all the time until some folks discovered he had a history of pedophilia. So it's hard to talk to him anymore because his charges are going to come up. 31-year-old guy with a 14-year-old girl. So, but he was black MAGA. He used to call in all the time. The problem is things need to go back. Internet allows for theft, low pay wages, no time for family, no neighborhood pride. I just think you got to go back to people caring about each other. You could do it in this environment. You could do it in this high-tech environment. You got to go back to neighbor caring about neighbor. We're in an environment where pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Where have you heard that? Does that sound like you care about your, is that a phrase you would say to somebody you care about? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We got to go away from that. Doesn't matter what type of environment we're in, whether we're talking 2026 or 1826. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is pretty much, I got mine, you need to figure out how to get yours. I think we got to get away from that in a country that we all live together and work together and want to prosper together. That sounds more like an individualistic statement. Looking in the comments, capitalism is awesome. So why do you have so many people that are homeless and so many people that are going hungry if capitalism is awesome? Because it's only awesome for the folks that are succeeding. It's not awesome for the people that are not succeeding. And the people that are succeeding often make it harder for those on the bottom to climb their way up. So if somebody is telling you capitalism is awesome, they're probably more closer to somebody that is succeeding at it than otherwise. Tap the screen. What did I say? Get us up to 25,000. We'll take the next caller until then. We're looking at comments briefly. Racism is treating people differently and unfairly based because of their race or supporting systems policies that produce unequal outcomes based on race. Sounds legit. Jazzy Smith, sounds legit. Which is why I don't believe that you can't be racist if you're a minority. I believe all people can be racist. I believe a black person has the capabilities of being racist as well, which I get a lot of flack from my minority audience. Stevie D says, Tim, don't you think people in real life are way nicer to each other? My life experiences are positive. Yes, I do. Yeah, I actually do think they're nicer to each other in real life, but the powers that be in this country are convinced them to often do otherwise. So the powers that be, the people they vote in, like I'm going to use Trump because he is our current president. There's nothing about Trump that says be nice to your fellow man. There's just zero in him that says be nice to your fellow man. Everything about him is kind of a me, take care of you, fuck the man, fuck this person, everybody. Every time you're talking to him, it's grievance politics. The Muslims are going to take over with Sharia law. The trans are trying to fuck up your kids. African Americans are burning down whole cities and robbing everybody. The immigrants are coming over and raping and murdering. Like every group is something negative about them. You're not going to unite the country by doing that. Every single group, like with the exception of maybe Caucasians, Every other group is, when he's referring to them, it's all negative. So I don't know if we've ever had a president that is that negative. And I'm not saying that other presidents haven't been divisive as well, but I don't know any other president I can think of where I could just roll off the top of my head all the negative aspects he stated about every single individual group like that. With Trump, it's pretty fucking bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I can agree. The TV's goal is to divide. Yeah, TV, politicians, news, a lot of that. I haven't even burned charcoal in over a month. What are you saying there, Debo? And King B, no, I haven't spoke to Gangsta Grandma since our last broadcast. I have not done that. And that's a good point. Maybe I will reach out to her. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We'll take the next call at 25,000. Tanaj says, Tim, you are wrong. Black people cannot be racist. Exclamation point. They can be bigoted or prejudiced, but they can't be racist because they don't control the associated economic life of other races. I vehemently disagree. I believe you can, as a black person, control systemic issues and things like that that may affect somebody white. I mean, look, I'm from Chicago. The government of Chicago is black. You're going to tell me the police department and all of the African-American mechanisms in Chicago can't do anything racist to a white person at all? The overwhelming amount of people in power in Chicago are black. They have a lot of systemic control in Chicago. They can't do anything racist to white people. You can't have a cop mistreat a white person and do it in a way that we would absolutely refer to as racist if a white cop did it to us. Give them unnecessary parking tickets, moving violations. They can't do that. Deny them permits. They control just about every facet of Chicago. They can't do that. So I don't buy into you got to control the whole system all the way up to the president, or you can't be racist. You can control mini systems within a system. Let's say you work for a factory that is owned by a black family, and you're trying to get everything from time off work to seniority provisions or benefits and raises. And that black family is mistreating you because you're white. They control the systemic issues of that corporation you work at. They don't have to be president of the United States to do that. You can control many systems inside the system where you could be dealing with racism. So I don't buy that. You can't be racist just because you're black or just because you're Hispanic or something. I believe anybody can be racist. Looking in the comments though, love all, trust no one. Trust is earned. I like that. Why are we convoluting this? Anyone not liking any race is racist. Says, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Systemic is bigger than a single corporation. Not if that's what you're going through. I tell you one thing, it wouldn't be that way if it was happening to a black person. We wouldn't entertain where systemic is bigger than bullshit. I mean, so when Obama was in control and he started appointing more and more African Americans, what are you saying, that all of a sudden now whites can't be racist? I hate having this conversation because I just vehemently disagree with it. I think anybody can be a victim of racism. And I think when you tell one group they cannot, you start losing credibility with that group should you be a victim of it. If something happens to a black person and we claim it's racist and the exact same thing happens to a white person and we all of a sudden say, well, no, that ain't racist when it happens to you. I just can't agree with that. Looking in the comments here real quick, has any of that happened? Your response is in a dole. Yeah, it's happened a lot. It's happened to lots of people. Octo Smith going to the box. There's a lot of companies that are primarily African Americans that have a few white employees. It happens all over the place. Let me go back to the box and we'll go to someone that was just asked about. Gangsta Grandma, we're checking in on you, of course. Good evening.
Oh, you know what your ratty raccoon looks
You
at.
sound normal.
Oh, we can be racist. Can't you just leave me? Can't I just have one damn day of peace with your ugly ass? Can't I just have one damn day without you fluffing for the white female? But I know, can't do that. Can't do that, Pookie. Cannot.
I'm here to confirm to you folks, Gangster Grandma is alive and normal. She sounds about as normal as she can
I'm
be.
not normal, man. No, I'm not normal. My ass is hurting. I never knew how much of a back you could hurt. I want 10 kids now. I want 10 kids. Instead of, no, I would never want my back hurt. No. Your back broke is hurting like a whole bitch.
But now,
Yeah, I
explain,
got 10 kids.
for some of the audience that was not around, explain to them what happened to you.
The Pope, a white tea man, and I'm
Oh.
telling you, he was a white man. Oh, God. A white man, an older white man, took his car and rammed into something, and the puffos were chasing him. And guess what happened to me right smack dead in my ass? And boom, there it went.
So the police were chasing a white man. And so who hit you? Did the man hit you or did the cops hit you?
Oh, no, the man hit me.
So the criminal
man
hit
did.
you. Okay, the criminal hit you.
Yeah.
All right. But
Yeah.
but are you out of the hospital?
Huh?
Are you out of the hospital?
No, I was in the hospital till last night.
Okay.
My ass has been in the hospital since for a few damn days. But let me tell you something, Tim. I'd rather have 10 kids and a broken back. On God, on everything I love. 10 kids and a broken back. I cannot. This pain is unbelievable.
Now you're not able. Are you able? You're not able to walk, are you?
Yeah, I can walk like a stiff. Have you ever seen a stiff chicken? Like this chicken.
You,
Yeah.
I've seen it usually after
You
some
know what, though?
usually after some
You know
really
what,
good
though?
usually after some really good sex. I've seen it.
Tim.
Yes.
Tim. You know what's gonna happen? For like the first couple months, I can't have no more sex for a while. My back is broke. So I can't say that about me. That's so bad, Tim.
Wow.
You know what? I broke my back. I can't have no.
Yeah, well, you know what they say in the hood, what that mouth do. You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, thank you guys. And shut the fuck up. I can't even bend over. But no, on some real shit, I'm good, Tim. But why do you have to be a fluffer today? Why can't you give me some grace? Being in pain and stuff can give me some grace. We cannot be racist. Now, we can be bigoted and everything else, but we cannot be racist because we don't have the system to be racist.
Let me just say it like this. Let me tell you like this. Let me just say it like this. Okay, let's take your claim that we can only be prejudiced and bigoted or whatever. If the effect on the white person is the exact same as it is on the black person, they lost a job or they got a ticket they didn't deserve or got arrested for something they didn't do, then it's the same damn thing. Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
White tea people, and I'm being nice today calling them white tea. White tea people don't get racism like we do. Whose whose babies get unalived?
That ain't that. No, hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me say this. That ain't what I'm saying. You're gonna tell me if let's say for instance, 3 white supremacists beat up a black dude because they don't like his skin color versus 3 big black dudes beating up a white person. The beating is still the same. Call it whatever the fuck you want. How does the beating change? How does the beating change?
Yeah, because the napkin person did some fuck shit.
Oh my God. You sound racist.
I'm but no, Tim. But for bonds and road shit, Tim, I can't take you seriously today, Tim. I'm on so much narcotics. No, but Tim, but on some real shit, I think we could be racist to to individuals, but I don't think systemically, whatever that said, I can't even stutter right.
You're trying to say systemically and you're wrong.
Yeah, systemically we can't be though, Tim. Now let me tell you something. I'm not a racist person, so I really can't tell you. I'm not truly not racist. I just don't like the maggots. White tea, I don't like maggots. The white tea normal people that went for us and our peoples, I'm not racist towards them. I'm not racist towards the idiots. I just can't stand the assholes and I wish they could burn in hell. But
oh my
I can't have that, you know what I mean?
Well, my point remains the same. if something happens to a white person and they are just as affected by it as what happened to a black person, you can call them a victim of bigotry or a victim of prejudice all you want. They went through the same shit that an African American, like I said, a beating or a ticket they didn't deserve or a wrongful arrest. If it affected them the same way it affected a black person, who gives a shit how you label it?
I don't know, Tim. It's just the fact is that you're just being a fucking fluffer. And you know
That's not fluffy.
You are, Tim.
How is that fluffy?
You do everything, Tanika. I mean, you do everything. I got my other granddaughter here. I was trying to talk to both y'all. You guys, you do everything for the white team, man, Tim. You don't give nobody. You kiss ass, and I'm trying to be very nice. So I can't even be nice. I tell you how they report it. I can't even be nice, Tim. I haven't even said nothing.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
I haven't even said nothing. I haven't even been mean because I'm so high on narcotics. I can't even be mean to you, Tim. And I really want to be mean to you.
Why? Why do you want to be mean to me?
Because you are a fluffer. You be down on your knees for the white man. You be giving him so much credit for the white man, Tim. You do. You over here saying, and I look, oh God. You know what's a joke of them all, guys? You know what the joke of them all?
What is?
That his so-called, what is that shit he so-called did today, a couple days ago? That so-called, his revolution, whatever it is, for Iran or whatever that shit is. The deal, the big deal.
Yeah, the big beautiful deal. Yeah, the big beautiful deal.
Yeah, that deal ain't going on. That deal ain't.
Yeah.
Because guess what? It's back closed again. See, so he can't even make a deal. See, he hated a black man so bad, Obama, that he had to destroy a deal that was working just fine. You know what? It may not have been perfect, but it was a damn deal that we wasn't going to WAR. We wasn't going to go over there and do anything and take people's land or nothing like that. What do we go do now? Now what? We're going to go to WAR. We are like really low on our gas and stuff because of this man. You know, you know what the status part about all this shit is? Hamburger costs more than a federal minimum wage.
Wow.
The federal minimum wage. Hamburger costs more than the federal minimum wage. Think about that. That is insane. And all behind. What can I say nicely today?
You can say you love Trump. How about that?
No, the saltine. All behind him. We are. Hey, you guys can't blame this on Biden. You guys can't. He tries it so hard. You guys can't. I want a Biden back. I really do. Oh, he was sleepy.
You really want Biden back in his current state?
I sure do.
Oh my God.
Sure do. You know why? I had more money in my damn pocket. Okay, I had more money in my damn pocket. My business was doing good. We wasn't worrying about WAR. We wasn't at WAR like that. And nothing, Tim. All war that what we wasn't even really in was helping the Ukrainians. Yeah, Ukraine. Yeah. That's the only thing. But Biden, he was doing so bad what they were saying. Now look at the shit now. It's worse. The food is up higher now. What's worse? The people can't even get into homes now. It's unaffordable for young people to buy a home. Why? Because of this saltine.
What? You do realize you have a problem with blacks, but you're okay with saltine?
Oh, the fuck out of it. Well, I don't have a problem with no black people.
You have a problem with the comment blacks in reference to African Americans.
Yes, because it's racist.
But so what is saltine's compliments?
That's a cracker. That is a cracker that's dry. Saltines are crackers that are dry. Have you ever tasted one of those? They are really dry. At least Ritz crackers got some kind of moisture in it. But those kind of, they dry as hell. No, well, what do you want me to do?
Okay, let me ask you something. We talked about this before you got on the show. You heard the guy say Michelle Obama is a man. Would you sue him? If that was you, would you sue him for that, or would you let that go? Just let that die out.
Me being so petty as I am, I'm a black woman, I'll take everything he has for him. I would take everything he has for him. Because he knows, see, this is one thing about stereotyping black women. they always get stereotyped. You know why? Because black women are more masculine and stuff. Because look what they've done, Tim. They have to carry a lot of shit on their backs. You know what? Even you know what I mean? You can't be feminine at a job site, but they're gonna walk all over you. As a manager, even as a business owner, you can't be femme walking up in there. They'll walk all over you. So just because you got a little bit of masculine and stuff, and you say your shit that you want to say, and sometimes we are loud as shit. That does not mean that we're fucking a man. But you know what? Technically, let me tell you about women, though. For real. You know, some of us women, we got bigger balls than them fucking men because there's some pussies asses out there that don't even want to defend us. They run if they hear a bullet. But yeah, a woman would take it before a man will. So yeah, you know, us women, yeah, we're more of a protector than a man is. It is what it is.
All right, fair enough.
But I wouldn't call her a man though. On some real shit though. Why is she? She's a beautiful black woman. They're just mad because they can't get up for a beautiful black woman. Have you ever seen them mutts that they be sleeping with? Dirty ass mutts, smells like a dog.
The current first lady is a supermodel though.
What current first lady?
Melania Trump.
The roast beef looking twat that I've seen that was like fuck. You know what, Tim? Surgery couldn't replace that twat. Surgery. I could go get me a JJ, what that shit is called, and my shit probably looks fire. Her shit looks fucked up, tore up.
No, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Gangster. You don't normally have people going and getting surgery on their genitalia because they're not expecting people to look at how their pussy looks. So you're indicating her vagina doesn't look right.
Yeah, she is not a supermodel. She was as a mail order bride. Epstein found her for him. She was all up in that shit. Why do you think she's all hiding this shit? Why do you think she wants her name not in it, Tim? You think she's a supermodel, please? Her coochie can't even define a supermodel. That was some nasty, raunchy. I'm telling you, Tim, you should never have showed me that pic. Maybe I could have went to the vanilla side one day. But oh no, when I say that, never again. I can never go to the uncleaned vanilla side. Never.
Well, before I move it on from you, I want you to hear this clip we played at the beginning. I want to get your opinion on this because this is why I often hold up that photo.
So on and so forth. But when you look back on his decision to run, did he make a terrible mistake?
He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again. And, you know, counterfactual narratives are always a bit tricky. But I believe if he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, you know, the torch.
Now, you got a lot going on in the background, but do you agree with Hillary Clinton?
About who? Who is that for?
This is for Joe Biden. She's saying that Joe Biden made a terrible mistake. And
I think she should shut her fucking mouth. That's what she should do. You know what? Joe Biden did it, though. Joe Biden kicked ass, so let's not do it. You're not going to tear apart Joe Biden. I know you're with your ratty raccoon-looking ass. You want to tear him up. But you know what? He did more than Obama did for us. And Obama tried his damnedest. Oh, yes, he did. If you look up the things, he pulled more out than any other president. He did. And you guys don't want to give that man no credit because he's a white man, but he's done a lot. He's done it, though. He went across to the Republicans.
You believe that Biden done more for blacks than for black people than
you say blacks. So
you heard the correction. Goddamn it, get off of it. If are you suggesting that Joe Biden did more for African Americans than Obama?
About Obama, he did try, but they made it hard for him. They made it hard. They said he wasn't going to do nothing. They did it, though. They did it. The white T-man did it. They didn't want him to do shit. But Biden came up in there. Biden said, hold the fuck up. Let's get it going.
So you really think the black community benefited more from Biden than Obama?
Hell yeah, we sure did. I got my 2 businesses open without all the red tape and stuff. He did a lot. He sure did. Now Obama, the medical stuff, yeah, was it the best? No, but it's better than what the fuck we got now, though. Don't you think?
Well, you know Trump has spoke on this before, though, gangster.
Oh, fuck Trump, man. Fuck that saltine, bitter ass bitch. You know what I'm saying? You know, Tim, I'm so sick of your ugly ass. You always trying to get this man some kind of grace and mercy. You know what? I'm sick of his ass. I wish he'd go to the other side and rot in hell, but, you know, I every day we're waiting for that thing to say, is he still breathing? They say he woke up. Damn. He woke up, Tim.
Well, before I let you go, you do realize Trump said he's done more for blacks than any president since Abraham Lincoln. They took off Gangsta Grandma. I don't know why, but they took her down. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 40,000. We'll continue with the program. They took her down. I agree Biden made a huge mistake. His legacy would be completely different, says facts only. I agree with that. I think if Biden had served a single term and endorsed, along with Hillary Clinton and Obama and Nancy Pelosi, the top Democrats, and endorsed whoever the leading candidate was going into 2024, I do believe his legacy would be much stronger. I do agree with that. In the comments, we do have a poll going on right now. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap, go support the program. You guys know I got to ask that. Show the program some love. I got a poll going on right now on YouTube. Can black people be racist? And I actually typed it wrong. Can black people be racist? Can black people be racist? Right now, we got nearly 100 respondents, 80 or 90, I think it says. 71% says yes. 29% say no. So less than 30% of the respondents so far would agree that blacks cannot be racist. I think it's a crazy question to even ask, but so many people seem to believe it, mostly African American, of course, but I think it's a crazy thing to even pose. But we'll see how it goes throughout the show. I voted yes 10 times on your question on YouTube. What are you, a Democratic voter, handsome conservative? Voting more than once? What are you? You living out in California all of a sudden? Looking in the comments, Haiti became the first independent black republic because enslaved people fought back against slavery and colonial rule, returning the violence that had been inflicted on them. Yeah, and Haiti has been cursed. Haiti has been cursed by the white countries ever since. Haiti has been cursed. I mean, what we've done to Haiti, it's just been cursed. Bama Landscaper says, I wish you could post more than a few words at a time. You can on YouTube, if you will. So go to the Handsome Liberal on YouTube. You can type a lot more. How could the United States love Donald Trump after he made us look so awful in a war that he said he was winning and now he has to pay to stop it? Asked Carlos. The answer is simple, because they don't see it like you do. You say that he made us look awful in a war that he said he was winning and now he has to pay to stop it. First of all, they don't believe we're losing the war under Trump. They believe that Trump destroyed their conventional military, the navies under the sea. So they believe that Trump is winning the war, destroyed all of the leadership in Iran at the top level. And when you say we had to pay to stop it, Trump has them convinced that the money is not coming from us. So that's why they're still supporting Trump, is because they don't see it the way you do. I see it closer to the way you do, Carlos. I do believe the money is coming. Let me just say it like this before we continue on and get us up to 40,000 likes. We'll take the next caller. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goes. I don't give a fuck where the money's coming from. I'm just going to tell you that right off the bat. At the end of the day, if we put a freeze on billions with a B on billions of dollars of Iranian money, that is billions of dollars of their own money they did not have access to and are living poorer because they don't have access to their own money. If Trump comes along and gives them access to their own money back, that benefits them. So my point stands. I don't give a fuck where the money's coming from. Some say it's their own money. Some say it's coming from Middle East partners, which to me makes no sense. Iran was just bombing all of the folks that surround them in the Middle East. So why would they all of a sudden start forking over billions of dollars to Iran? Why would they do that? That's coming from the Trump administration and Trump supporters as well, was that it ain't, the money's not coming from the United States, it's coming from other Middle Eastern allies. Why? Why would they give Iran money? So that's not being explained, but as I just stated, it doesn't matter where the money is coming from. It's going to be a huge benefit to Iran. Doesn't matter where it's coming from. And of course, the last option is it could be possibly coming from U.S. taxpayers. So to me, none of it looks good when you've been hammering Obama for $1.7 billion. None of this stuff looks good. You can spin it any way you want, because they were trying to suggest that Obama's money was 100% coming from the U.S. taxpayers, even though it was being clearly said at the time that was frozen Iranian assets being given back to them. But to make Obama look bad, they had to make it sound like it was money coming from the taxpayers. So now they're trying to suggest that not even 1.7 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars are going to Iran. I don't believe it. And like I said, it doesn't matter, because when you compare how much money we used in weapons to blow up all of that shit in Iran, that now we got to replace all of those weapons. People died on our side. Bases that we owned were destroyed. We lost so much fucking money that President Trump would probably give you 1.7 of his own money, 1.7 billion of his own dollars, to just be able to rewind and go back in time. If some deity approached him and said, if you allow me to take $1.7 billion out of your bank account, I'll let you rewind time back to late February. He would pay that money. He would pay that money just to get a do-over on this. That's how bad this went. Looking in the comments, I'm proud to be a Democrat, says Angela Page. Fair enough. Looking, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know. Trump said he doesn't care if Iran has ballistic missiles. All of that. It's just a fuck up to me. It's just a fuck up. He said so many things that he had to counter and change, such as we're there to liberate protesters and all this shit. I'm watching This Week with George Stephanopoulos today, and he's back to threatening to kill the Iranians. He's back to threatening to bomb them. So he's went all over the map with this. So it's hard to look at this and suggest what we've done in Iran is a success. I want you to, before I go to the next call, are we at 45,000? Tap the screen, get the likes up. I want you to hear the ambassador that served under Obama. This was on This Week with George Stephanopoulos this morning.
A weak peace agreement better than a resumption of a war, which I know you opposed from the start.
I opposed this war because it was a stupid war, and it was obvious that when you wage a stupid war, that every prior president had the wisdom to avoid.
Now, this is Susan Rice. This is Susan Rice, served under the Obama administration. She was her title was just there. I forget what her title was, but this is Susan Rice, the National Secretary Advisor.
You get bad outcomes or worse
Security
outcomes. This is a very bad outcome. I obviously think we shouldn't have been in this war in the first place, because it was obvious for decades that the only way to resolve this problem is through diplomacy. And now we're back to diplomacy with a far weaker hand. Yes, their military has been degraded, but Iran has now figured out they can use the Strait of Hormuz to hold us and the global economy hostage anytime they want. And they've been playing that game over the last 48 hours.
But just to make that fine, because Ro Khanna, Democrat Ro Khanna, said that he supports this agreement, even though he says it's a shadow of the one you helped negotiate with for President Obama, or helped put together for President Obama. But he says he supports this because it ends the war, and that's the important thing.
We shouldn't be in this situation, John. This was an extraordinary strategic blunder. We are in this situation. And we have suffered enormously. The American people have suffered. We've lost 13 servicemen and women. We have paid over $50 billion of taxpayer money for a war we never should have waged. The American consumer is paying more than $50 billion in increased costs. Our standing in the world is weakened. And we've shown that when the United States, the greatest military on the face of the planet, and the Israeli army and the Israeli military throw the kitchen sink at Iran, they can be left still standing, which weakens us globally.
Let me ask you,
And that's an interesting point she made, is that, you know, Trump has bragged about how he obliterated them and did all kinds of damage to them. And she's right. They are still standing. So that does not look good. That's coming from Susan Wright. So that looks bad. I don't want to hear Democrats talk about wasted tax money, says Stevie D. Really? How about we go hang out at this pool, you know, this freedom pool they have in DC and have that discussion? Look, at this point, I'm going to ask a simple question. Where the fuck is Doge? The organization that was created to find waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, you don't pay them. At this point, we're approaching $20 billion on this pool in DC that is in worse condition than it was before the 20 million. Look, you don't want to hear from Democrats about waste, fraud, and abuse, but you're going to go with the Republicans that are doing it in front of your face. Elon got all the money he needed. Yeah, I don't see where the waste, fraud. I don't see where they're trying to stop waste, fraud. I just see more of it, to be honest with you. I just see a lot more of it. To me, the Iran is an example of waste, fraud, and abuse. You are right, Joe. Yes, he does love the stupid Democrats because he wants to make America great. The division is because of the left. You would literally have to have your ears closed, Florida Blondie, to indicate that the division is because of the left. I suppose you think that Josh Hawkett, the one that was on the presidential's throwdown, UFC throwdown, saying that Michelle Obama's a man, I suppose you think he's a Democrat, huh? That whole event was thrown by the right, and here you are calling the first lady a man, but you only see division from the left. Okay, I get it, even though the president didn't denounce the comment or anything at all. Conservative women are filled with plastic, says Sassy Mo. So they're not even real, walking around with the same tight expressions. Damn. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 45,000? Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. Stick the ruler. Help your boy out the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goes, folks. The Gulf of Mexico, yes, it is. I just traveled to South America and looking up the Gulf of America, it never showed up. It kept saying Gulf of America. And that will change once Trump is gone. I think even in America, the Gulf of America, that saying will go away with Trump. Stick, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Tim. Happy Father's Day.
Same, thank you. Appreciate that.
So what you were just saying, I could listen to that all day. And I know you don't like echo chambers, but that had a lot of facts to it. You feel me? But what I need you to understand also, when it comes to this system of ours, it wasn't built for us. It was built on racism.
Yeah,
but it was built by our white folks.
I don't disagree. Hold on.
I'm trying to.
Before you continue, the home I'm in right now was not built for me. Somebody else lived here at the beginning, but it's mine now. The system, you are right. The system was not built for us, but it now is there for us to use for the most part and succeed. It's not the same time period, Stick.
No, it's not the same time period, but it's also showed you the differences between black and white. If it was so fair, it would be no differences. It would be, okay, he unalived somebody, he's white. He unalived somebody, he's black. Oh, he got the white dude, it happened before this happened, so he got 10 years. We're going to give the black dude 10 years too. It don't happen like that.
Here's what I don't like, though.
The system. And that's where the racism comes in, and we don't have that control. Even Clarence Thomas, your twin, ain't able to do shit.
Here's what I don't like. When we're pointing out racism, why are we always pointing that out from a standpoint of, well, this black guy committed a felony and he's getting treated worse than the white guy that done it. Let's talk about it from a standpoint of somebody who's a hardworking taxpayer that abides by the law. Why are we always trying to do this in defense of somebody that's being charged with a felony?
No, it don't have to be in defense of a felony. It could be Fidel Castillo that told this officer, "Hey, look, I got this. I'm a licensed carrier. He's not a felon."
Yeah, but he's also extremely rare, Stink. He's also extremely rare.
No. it's a lot of people, just like Fidel Castillo, that don't have those problems, but are walking around with 2A. And if it does happen in the state of Florida, you will be treated as such. Like let's not do that. Let's not act like it's not happening.
You really believe
it's rare.
It is rare. You realize how many African Americans have won out like Philando Castile compared to how many African Americans are in existence? That is very rare. Talk to African Americans that actually do not like cops and ask them how many Philando Castiles do they know in their past. That's exceptionally rare.
You can't talk. You can't really talk to the people that, because they're not here. They don't exist.
But people know them. They got family. People know them. They got.
So and there's plenty of people in Alabama. There's plenty of people in Mississippi. There's plenty of people in Florida. There's plenty of families. The Porter family. You know where they came from? The Porter family. That's here in Florida. They came from Rosewood. They got fucked up and demolished by white folks. We ain't. Name a time when we could all get together as black folks, go over to a white town, whether it be small or big, and just destroy it with no consequence.
What? You're defending felons again, though. You're not talking about somebody. Why can't I go to a white town and get a job? You're defending
the people in Rosewood was not felons. The people
Rosewood.
Felons.
Rosewood.
I just said. I said, name a place, name a city, big or small, where we could go destroy it because they're white and we don't get in trouble.
When did Rosewood happen? What year did Rosewood take place?
Rosewood was, I think it was 1927.
Do we got anything more modern?
Listen. More modern would be, okay, again, I'm not comparing what they did. I'm comparing, this is what happened. This was the outcome in both situations. One is white, one is black. The white one got 10 years. The black one got 35. I'm not asking for them to get off. God damn it, give them 10 years.
I'm asking why, when we point out racism, why are we constantly using it to defend felons, though? What about the guy who couldn't get a job? I'm willing to entertain that. I mean, we're only bringing up racism when we're trying to defend a felon.
Oh, okay. So how about this? It's plenty of people out there with charges or have charges pressed against them that beat the charges that are black. So what are we talking about? Our exoneration rate is higher than anybody else's.
Yeah, but
so that's a lot of people.
I agree with that. Let me ask you this way. Hold on. Let me ask it to you this way.
What are we talking about?
Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Let me ask it to you this way. What can you stick the ruler not do that a white man can do?
What can I not do?
Yeah.
Well, apparently I can't poke somebody that's coming up on me, grabbing.
What? You gotta go back to committing felonies.
Apparently, I can't be walking down the street with some Skittles and a fucking sweet tea with a hoodie on. Apparently, I can't fucking do that because somebody's gonna fucking jump in my shit and be like, "Hey, who are you? Where you from?
You don't believe
what you doing?
You don't believe
fuck out of here.
You don't believe
that. Yes, I do. That shit happened right down the street from. Hold on. That shit happened right down the street from me in Florida, in Orlando, right? Sanford, Florida.
And you're telling me. I asked you a clear question. What can you do that a white man? You're telling me that if you right now stick the ruler, had some Skittles and a hoodie on and walked down the street in Sanford, Florida, you too would get killed like Trayvon Martin. That's guaranteed to happen.
Shit, I ain't saying it's guaranteed.
How likely is it? How likely is it? How likely is it?
Listen, Tim, what you missing is a white man walks down the street with a hoodie on and a sweet tea. It's a 0 chance he's gonna be accosted.
There is no 0 chance.
Over by the police. It's a 0 fucking chance. I'm telling you.
So I'm going to go back to my original question. What is it that you cannot do? What is it that you can't do?
I'm gonna say it again. I can't do that. I can't.
You can't. You just said
my AR. Even though I'm in another, I can't do it.
You're telling me you cannot walk. You just to get clarity, you cannot walk down the streets of Sanford, Florida, with a hoodie on and Skittles because you're going to die. That's what you're trying to tell me.
I have a fear of my life. I'm telling you right now, I have a fear of my life. Hey, the police walk around with big 40s on their hip, and every time they turn around, I was fearing for my life.
Give me something else. Well,
I'm fearing for my life. You're goddamn right.
It's a difference between.
I can't do a Kyle Rittenhouse. I can't walk down the street with an AR. Right? I can't do that. I definitely can't go to another state, walk down the street with an AR after I done pew somebody, put my hands up and they just gonna walk past me. No, that's not finna happen. I can't go in a church. I can't go in a church, unalive some people, injure some people, come out of the church, and they take me to.
Do you want to be? Let me ask you. Do you want to be able to go? Hold on. Hold on. Let me respond now. You said you can't go in a church and unalive some people. Do you want to do that stuff?
No, I don't want to do it. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's a difference. There is a difference. I'm making the difference. You trying to be literal and all that shit. I'm trying to show you and just plainly put it out there. It's a fucking difference.
I asked you, what can you not do that a white man can do?
Listen. I just told you. Oh, and apparently in the NBA, right? I can't be a black man brandishing a weapon that I own, even though it's not illegal, even though I'm in Memphis where they just like the Wild Wild West and it's legal to carry. So again, I can't do it, but a white T-man can get up there that also is in the NBA and fucking have sniper rifles, have goddamn AK-40. He got all this big shit, drag off sniper rifles and shit, but I can't get up there and just show you a goddamn 380 pistol. Get the fuck out.
So is it safe to say? Is it safe to say a bigger white dude like Brock Lesnar can't get into a bar fight with a smaller black guy without him stabbing him to death?
I'm gonna say it like this: Brock Lesnar got beef with me, I'm gonna pop his ass, and then we'll just have to go to court. Fuck all that poking. I ain't poking.
I think what you're doing is you're taking one-off events, many of them being very rare, and try to make it sound like that if you did the same thing, it would happen to you too. And I just totally disagree with that.
Hey, and that's your right. Right? You tell everybody, even though it's wrong the way you tell them, but you tell everybody it's freedom of speech. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, and then you got the freedom to touch people, and you got the freedom to be unalive. You got the freedom to come up to somebody and tell them you're gonna do something to them, and they got the right to unalive your ass if you try.
I know
what? My freedom is not gonna be treated the same as that white T-man. I know this, but guess what? I'd rather go through what I'm gonna have to go through to be up under the ground like he is, or whoever it is.
If I was in Florida, I would walk down the streets of Sanford, Florida, at 2 a.m. with a pack of Skittles and a hoodie on, and film it just to prove to you you're wrong. I'm absolutely certain that if you'd done that 99 times out of 100, you would be fine. What happened to Trayvon Martin? Hold on. Let me finish. You can tell me how I sound, but I'm going to say what happened to Trayvon Martin is a clear-cut case of racism. Fact is, George Zimmerman should be under the prison. He got away with some shit. But to make it sound like if that same event happened again, the same results would happen, I think it's crazy. I just totally disagree with that.
And you sound like 6'9" on O Block when ain't nobody out there. That's what you sound like. Fuck out of here, that shit, Tim. Hey, so check it.
Go
what
ahead.
I'm trying to tell you is there's a goddamn difference. All that other shit. And the proof is in all the damn cases we got. Whether the black person was guilty or not guilty, the exonerations, like we got.
So what do you?
That racism is a problem.
So what do you? Okay,
we can't fight back the same way.
You're taking into consideration the people that killed somebody that should have been jailed and they got away with it. So what do you say about the people that killed somebody and they actually? I mean, there are white people that committed a felony against a black person and they're in prison. What do you do with those cases? You just ignore those?
what I would say is look at the state where they did it at. That's number one.
Every state has at least one person.
Listen, Tim. It's stuff that you can just doubt, prove, right? That's why they go to Facebook posts. That's why they go to your Instagrams. That's why they look at the TikToks. That's why now they're talking about the father of the Metcalf boy, how he was fucking on a gag order so he wouldn't say shit that would incriminate and show that these fucking violent ass, big ass, Neanderthal ass twins was walking around knowing judo and shit like that can fuck with people.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm
just simply saying if a Caucasian person victimizes a black person and they're held accountable when they go to prison, do you just ignore that case? Do you only focus on it if he gets off?
No, I don't focus on it. Listen, again, it's not about him getting off. It's about him being treated fairly. If you're gonna have a case where none of this shit, in the sense of what one did, he's more standing his ground, protecting himself, versus the other one say, "Hey, come in here real quick," and then poke everybody that he told to come in there and unalive them. But he only get 10 for 2, and you get 35 for 1.
It's just always felons. When we're trying to point out, it's always somebody that is involved with the cops. Everything you're mentioning is why did this white guy get off and why did the black guy get punished? It's all felonies. Everything you're mentioning is felonies. Give me something that doesn't involve. I am listening. That's the problem. Give me something that does not involve somebody that was going to jail. Give me something that does not involve a felony being committed.
Fidel Castillo was in the fucking passenger seat, number one. Number two, he let the officer know that he had a fucking license to carry, and he wasn't going for his shit.
And so what you're saying, so what you're saying is, hold on. So what you're saying, you're just talking. You're not hearing. So what you're saying is, if an African American that is legally carrying a firearm with his wife and kid in the car get pulled over, and the African American tells the cops, "I have a gun," they're guaranteed to get shot like Fidel or like Philandro. That's guaranteed to happen.
Shit, if that cop don't grab your ass and tell you get out the car right away, it's a fucking possibility, and I'm telling you that's the difference. There is a 0 fucking chance. Here in Florida, there's a 0 chance of a white T-man getting unalive because he told the officer he has a weapon in
There's
the car.
A whole lot of
that officer. I don't give a damn what the nationality is. He's gonna treat that white T-man different than a licensed carrying black man. It doesn't fucking
There's
matter.
There's a whole lot of legal carrying African Americans. Give me some more cases other than Philandro. It should be happening a lot. There's a lot I carry. I mean, there's plenty of African Americans that carry. It should be happening a lot.
How about this one, Tim? The a lot is when we look at the exoneration rate. I shouldn't have to really tell you. You should already know this as a black man. I get it.
I do know it. I do know it.
So my whole point of it is, if you know it, why are you giving so much?
Because you're taking something.
Like you do about Biden, like you do about when MAGA reacts, say some shit. Well, I do. Trump did say no. You as a black man, you as a fucking liberal, bro, you need to actually put out there what, like you do on your break sometimes. You'll go into your liberal spiel. But like if I'm saying something true and honest, and I'm not trying to bring up no bullshit, you should be like, you know what?
Let me tell you something.
I heard that. You never do that, bro.
Because I vehemently disagree with what you're saying is why. When I asked you the simple question of, tell me something you as a black man can't do that a white man can, and you go into this spiel about I can't walk down the streets what the hell am I supposed to do with that when I know that's not true? I know that if you walk down the street in Sanford as an African American with Skittles and a hoodie on, there's probably a greater than 99% chance nothing is going to happen to you. And you're making it sound like it's almost guaranteed that it will. You can send 1,000 people. You can send somebody in Sanford every single day for the next 1,000 days. And the chances are more than likely all 1,000 of them will be fine. They won't all meet a George Zimmerman that will commit a heinous act and then get off on it. You make it sound like it's likely that's going to happen.
What's your what's your percentage on it? You give me your percentage.
If you want me to give you my percentage, that if every day for the next 1,000 days you sent the 17-year-old walking through Sanford with Skittles and a hoodie on, that he would not be killed, my percentage is going to be greater than 99% chance of survival.
So there's a percentage. That's basically what you're saying. Right?
I agree the percentage of African Americans getting mistreated is higher. I agree that there's a greater percentage. Hold on. No, because you're making it sound like it's guaranteed. You're not saying a higher percentage. You're saying it's guaranteed.
Listen, Tim, I never said nothing guaranteed. I made a joke.
That's a bad joke.
That you're trying to take it literal. No, it's not a bad joke.
It's
not a bad joke.
So
you're laughing right now. It's not a bad joke. But my whole point to make this shit clear is we have a percentage that 9 times out of 10.
That sounds better.
Or 10 times out of 10. Listen, no. 9
times out of 10 is wrong. That's wrong. Let me ask you without the joke. Before I gotta move it. I gotta move it on. Hold on. I gotta move it on.
I can't even tell you what I'm saying.
Okay.
I can't even tell you what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead and say what you're saying. Say what you're saying.
Okay. So if I'm saying 5 out of 5, 4 out of 6, whatever the case may be, right? It's a percentage. Yeah. What I'm trying to also tell you is it's a 0 chance it's gonna happen to the person.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
That's what I'm telling you. That's a fucking fact. Unless somebody call and say, hey, this person right here with this hoodie on, blah, 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 blah. I guarantee it won't be a black person saying that. I guarantee you it won't be no other than who is
everybody that tried to harm Kyle Rittenhouse was white. He went into a black neighborhood. He went into a right. Every person that came after him was white. So what are you talking about?
That's my point. Everybody that came after Kyle Rittenhouse is white, and they got unalived. And guess what? The same white folks that run the goddamn system said, guess what? Kyle Rittenhouse, they're N-word lovers. We don't care.
That ain't true. The state of Wisconsin, now you ain't listening to what I'm saying. The state of Wisconsin, the prosecutors in that state tried to put Kyle Rittenhouse under the fucking jail. So to say they let him off and they were nice to him, no. Wisconsin was trying to get that kid life. They were trying to put him under the jail. You're wrong. And all of them people were white. You're wrong. Last point, last word.
So do we have any charges? Do we have any?
No, because the jury let him off.
Okay, so we got him being underage with the weapon, the mother buying the weapon, taking him from one state to another state with said weapon, him being out on the street with the weapon at his age. All of that shit is a fucking charge. With his mother, that's even fucking, what is that, minor negligence or whatever you want to call it?
I don't think any of the things you're talking about is a crime in Wisconsin. I got to move it on. I think you're wrong.
I guarantee you if that child was black, I guarantee them black parents would be charged. That's all I'll say about it.
The percentages are higher, but I don't agree with the guarantee. I got to move it on. Tap the screen, get the lights on up to 55,000. Listen. Look, I'm going to have a segment of my audience that's going to think I'm a sellout and Uncle Tom for what I just said. I'm going to have a segment of the audience that agrees with what I'm saying. And some of you are going to fall in the middle. I get it. This is free speech. He was invited to state his point. I did mine. Here's the point I'm trying to make. If somebody asked me, what can an African American not do that a white man can do? Or you heard the question. What can you not do as an African American that a white person can do? My answer is going to be simple. Nothing. There's nothing as an African American you can't do that a white person can do. However, for you to achieve success, there's likely going to be more hurdles on the way there. So there are more hurdles as an African American because of how our system is set up than there are for white people. The system is not fair. But the idea that you can't achieve it is ridiculous. You're going to tell me as an African American you can't achieve the American dream, you can't have a house, you can't have a car, you can't have a bank account, you can't walk down the street, it's guaranteed something's going to happen to you. No, I just don't buy that. I do believe the system still has racist tenets all the fuck over it. All over it. but I'm not going to pretend like it's so great that as an African American, there's all kinds of things you just can't do like it's 1948. I just don't buy that. That's the point. And that's why I asked him the question, what is it that as an African American you cannot do that a white person can? And he started talking about, I can't have a gun in my car and tell the cops, I can't walk down the street. You can do all of that. And there are plenty of videos on YouTube of African Americans being pulled over by the cops and telling them I have a firearm in my car and driving away. Now, is there a greater statistical probability that something may go wrong than it would with a white person carrying it? I agree with that. But I still believe that if you do it 1,000 times as an African American and you do it 1,000 times as a white person, most likely all 1,000 of both of you folks, if you handle yourself professionally, will drive off unharmed. But if it's going to happen, though, it's probably going to happen to a black person. If it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen more to a black person because the system still has plenty of residual racism in it. But it's nowhere near as bad as the last caller was trying to make it. That's my point. I don't believe it's anywhere near that bad. Tap the screen, get the lights on up, if you will. I know I ain't going to get no love after what the fuck I just said, but I'm going to ask anyway. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes very low today because I know you're not liking what I'm saying. Tap the screen in the comments on YouTube. Can black people be racist? That's the poll we're having right now. This was not going to be a live about racism. I swear to you, it was not. But it is a passionate topic. It's going to be about the war, et cetera, et cetera. Smokey, thank you for the TikTok cap. And was that Bama Landscaper, I think? Oh, no, Blue One Bangs. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody's showing you boys some love. Can black people be racist? 290 respondents. 290 respondents so far. Almost 300 people. 71% say yes, blacks can be racist. 29% say no. 29% say no, they cannot. So that's almost a third. I'm surprised it's that high. Let me go to the box. We'll continue on with the one and only Smokey. Good evening. They can be for sure, says Cedric. I think anybody can, but you heard with my audience, some of folks. Smokey, good evening. Or afternoon. Smokey.
Good afternoon. Happy Father's Day.
Hey, same to you as well. Same to you as well. What am I getting wrong? What brought you up today?
Well, I don't disagree with what people are saying, but I try to take a step back to look at the actual issue because I hear all the suffering and what people deal with. So if we ask a better question, like if police are trained at post, which stands police officer standards training, what are police? If police are an arresting force, where do they approach a citizen with their hand on an unaliving device and have a secondary as non-lethal?
Because they're trained.
First point of contact.
They're trained as an us against them fashion. That's what they do.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that's a training issue.
Yeah.
So that's a training issue.
But that doesn't happen. That doesn't just happen to African Americans, though.
Correct. I'm not making this about one group or another. I'm making it about the system, which is flawed.
Okay.
And yes, it can be skewed incorrectly, but the system is flawed. So you have to look at the system solution. And if there are peace officer standards training, if you go to school for business, you graduate as a scientist. So what are police? If they're an arresting force, where do they approach us with their hand on an unaliving device? That could be classed as two or more people, the force conspiring to deprive a person of their constitutional rights and intimidate them under color of law, which is 18 U.S.C. 241. The police fall under that category. Systems.
I don't have an answer for that.
Why are we allowing them to be a deadly force and not an arresting force?
Yeah.
The training.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I agree with you in regards to the training. I don't have any answer for that other than that. The training, the training of law enforcement in this country teaches them that everybody you pull over could kill you, and you need to be prepared for that. So it leads them sometimes to be unnecessarily hostile to anybody they encounter because they have this in their mindset that this person might be trying to kill me.
Correct, but military police who are dealing with trained unalivers, they still have a non-lethal as first point of contact. Why?
Well, lack of accountability as well. I believe military police are held to a higher level of accountability than your city cop. I mean, lack of accountability has a lot to do with it too.
So we go to systems. So then maybe Congress they can put in additional courts. Then maybe they could put in oversight courts for the police. Maybe they could put in, we've got police chasing us and FBI chasing us. Who oversees them? So a systems question.
But let me ask you this.
What goes on, goes on.
In the comments, Florida Blondie says, if a cop pulls you over, just shut up and listen. That's it. You'll be fine. How do you respond to that? Because that comes up often.
Oh, and I will say this more than likely from a privileged perspective of being white, and usually in a nice car when I'm pulled over. So I go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 14. Here's my license, insurance, and registration. I'll take the ticket. And I roll the window back up.
Yeah. I'm going to say even
comes from a privileged perspective.
Well, I'm going to say, and this is where I'm getting hammered by my African American viewers. I'm going to suggest, even from a standpoint of being an African American, 9 times, not even 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say probably 999 times out of 1,000. If you do what she said, just maintain your level of professionalism and don't goof off, you probably will be fine. And that's not to say that, like I said, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen to a black person. But in most cases, say that again.
I'm going to give a tiny bit of pushback on that.
Sure.
Because the police officer's job is to try setting you up. I smell something, I do this, I do that, and their job is to try to violate your rights to catch you in a different crime than they originally pulled you over for.
Okay.
So complying with them with a skewed agenda already is a problem. We need to start holding them accountable and not allowing them just to run wild. If they don't know 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 14, they probably shouldn't be on the force and should be asking for a supervisor.
Yeah, that's and see that's where the problem is that a lot of officers do not like you invoking your rights. That's where you get the problem, and it shouldn't be. That's where the bad training is at. If a person says, the law says I don't have to talk to you, for instance, or I don't have to let you search my car without a warrant. You got a lot of folks on the right that says, what's wrong with just letting them search your car? That's where you have the disconnect, is that the Tea Party, the libertarians are on the side of the liberals and the African Americans in this case, where if the law says I don't have to let them search my car, I shouldn't have to. But the right is like, well, just let them search your car. What's the problem? Like Trump said, if you plead the fifth, you got something to hide. That means you work for the mob. No, the Bill of Rights says I have the right to plead the fifth, which is exactly what Trump did when his ass was in court all of a sudden. So that's where I think the poor training is that cops either do not know the Bill of Rights or they get upset when somebody uses it.
Correct. They do not know the Bill of Rights. And it's not the right to remain silent. That's Miranda. You have the right to not self-incriminate. It's the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah,
so
same thing,
though. People what the Fifth Amendment is wrong because in the Miranda, it's different. So you have to invoke it. And even then, the reason that a search, can I search your vehicle? If you want to do that, you have to say, what are you searching for? What's your objective? Yes. If they can't define it, what you've done is you've given them an open-ended search where they'll try to find a seed or a packet left over from.
Yeah. And that's when you're getting in. That's when you're getting into crooked cops when they're trying to find seeds and all this little shit. But the same respondent. Yeah. Now, see, that's why a lot of folks. I'll just say it like this, because in the comments, Florida Blondie says, when you get pulled over by a cop, why would you want to act like an ass and say I'm not going to answer any questions? You just sound like a fucking moron. I'll tell you this: there is not a defense attorney probably in existence. And I'm talking about whether that defense attorney is white or black, whether the client is white or black. They all tell you the same shit. Don't fucking talk to cops. So when you tell people to just go ahead and talk to them and cooperate, to be honest with you, Florida Blondie, you sound like a fucking moron. Because the people that deal with cops every day, defense attorneys, all races, all communities, say that they all agree with that. You can't trust these folks. They lie. Some of the stuff that Smokey is saying right now, you give them one-word answers. You say as little to them as possible because they can testify against you. They will never testify on your behalf. So to me, what you're saying almost sounds moronic. Would you agree with that, Smokey?
100%. Their job is to trap you. That's why their entire interaction starts with intimidation, with their hand on a weapon when they walk up to you. Yeah. It's a flashlight in your eyes. It's bright lights. It's making a scene. It's an intimidation factor straight away. And now with modern cars, isn't there a case in California where a hug dealer They subpoenaed his Tesla, and they've got all his buys and all
Wow.
his calls from the information in the vehicle. So now when they say, can I search your vehicle? Are they plugging into the ECG? Are they actually reading what speed you were doing? Can they use this past data against you? That's self-incrimination, which is why you always want an attorney. And then even if they say, well, the dog hit on the vehicle, you go, that means the vehicle can be detained and you still have to go to a judge to get a warrant. I still don't have to give you rights to search. I'm technically not being detained. You can detain the vehicle, but I'm free to go. If you're running stuff, you'll never leave the load.
You would. I can tell you right off the bat, Smokey, the amount of constitutional knowledge you have, and this is where Stick might agree with me. As a black man, you would piss the cops off. They would beat the shit out of you talking like that. They don't like people who know the Constitution and talk like that. You would get your ass beat as a black man talking like that.
See, I take the ticket on the side of the road for the speeding. Then I call the DA afterwards. And I'm like, can I subpoena it? No, so can I subpoena the records from the officer prior to him pulling me over? And they go, what's that relevance? I'm like, well, if he was speeding or did an illegal U-turn or something prior, which put him in a position to catch me speeding, him breaking the law enabled our paths to cross. So our paths would have never crossed had he not broken the law prior in the day. I don't deal with a speeding ticket. I deal with, was he riding clean before he pulled me over? And the DAs go, fuck you. And because they don't want that proven in court. Because no cop rides clean.
Yeah.
So our paths would have never crossed had he not broken the law earlier in the day.
Yeah, cops would not like you talking like that, even though I agree what you're saying is accurate. In the comments, I talked to, this is coming from Island Horizon Video, says, I talked to white people who never had a problem with black people say really bad things about them. That is because some blacks are racist to white people and it makes others look bad. I'm just going to say this. If a white person can do the same thing to your friend that a black person does, and they won't chastise the entire race of white people, then that person is a racist. I mean, if you have a bad experience with somebody black, you got a bad experience with them. You don't blame the whole fucking race on it. Because you wouldn't do it if you had a bad experience with a white person, you wouldn't blame the whole fucking race for that experience, would you? So to me, what you're saying, Island Horizon, shows that whoever you were talking to, they're racist. They're racist. They shouldn't be categorizing a whole group of people based on those interactions. That's just the way I view it. But I think, Smokey, you would piss off some cops because I agree with you. It is the training, and they're trained to almost have the mindset that you must comply, even if it means a violation of your constitutional rights. Stuff like you don't have a right to search my car without a warrant, or if I'm walking down the street and I'm not in a car, I don't have to tell you my name without probable cause. And all. They don't like that stuff. They do not like when people do that.
And that's why we have to do it more. Because when you stand up for your rights, you get your rights. When you keep giving into it, maybe this is why a corporation has got rights as a person in 1869, but black people and female persons, transgender persons, still pay corporations to go in front of 9 free persons and ask what permission the label that they were given can have. Because you can't take your rights as a person. That's the trick of politics, is the wordplay.
Do you agree with? Do you agree with my last guess? Now we were talking more in terms of this stuff about race, but do you agree with my last guess? Because you said you agree that they don't believe in letting you invoke your constitutional rights, and you said that's why we got to do it more. Do you agree with my last guess, who would suggest that if blacks do what you're suggesting, they are more likely to encounter violence, possibly wrongful arrest, and even death than, say, someone that is white? Do you agree with that?
In some cases, yes. And it all depends on how they interact. Again, it goes down to systems. Imagine if somebody created an app where when you pulled over, you could start recording. And maybe it had AI attached to it, and it would actually analyze what's the cop saying and even give potential interactions.
That ain't out. You sure something like that ain't out already? You sure
what I'm saying is, you see there's a way to interact in a smart way. And then if they are going to arrest you, take the arrest. Don't fight it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 14, make your money. Know the system. And so unfortunately, even though when I said more people have to do it, I didn't mean necessarily other groups. White people have to know this, and they don't know it. We've got too many politicians who don't know this. I've spoken with the cops on lives before. They don't have a clue of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 14. They didn't even know what I was saying when I invoked it. So this is the problem. They're like, I'll make you get out. I'm like, here's what I did. He didn't like me. So if we don't stand up for our rights, next thing you know, we're America. We're American citizens. We're American voters. There are 2 genders. There are 10 amendments. We've got concentration camps. And that's how the United States, people, person, citizen, gets toppled.
You're not saying we're anywhere near having concentration camps right now, are you?
What do you think the Lincoln Riley Act did for ICE? What do you think jails are after the 13th Amendment, when the 14th Amendment technically nullified the 13th, but no one wants to talk about that, because when the 13th was written, it's written for the party, and a black person couldn't be a citizen or the people. The moment the 14th was written, you got all your constitutional rights, so the 14th nullified the 13th.
You're saying right now in America, as we speak, we have concentration camps or something like that right now.
Do we have U.S. citizens? And in America, yes, because the United States is, again, like you keep proving, has been toppled because no one wants the United States. Everyone wants America. And in America, 100%, you've got a for-profit prison and slave system. You've got the slave chasers that became the sheriffs, who now chase people in their jurisdictions, who then bring them to the judge, who's in a cloak, just has to be black instead of white, who then sends them to a plantation, a concentration camp, to then get pieced out for government contracts or private corporations to work and profit for somebody else. Even though the U.S. will not allow anything imported into the United States made by prison labor, yet all government furniture, paints, AT&T, the list goes on of what they make in prison. The 13th Amendment was nullified by the 14th, but no one wants to discuss it because a corporation is a person. According to Dred Scott, a person who's not a citizen can't be the people. Well, in 1906, Hale versus Hinkle, corporations got a 4th Amendment right. In 2010, they got a First Amendment right. So corporations got a person and people right. And then in Delaware, a small municipality there a week and a half ago, they were given structural rights to vote as a corporation. Corporations can legally vote. They have the rights as a people and person, and citizens argue for labels of color and gender and think that Trump's the problem when Congress is the problem in the system. Trump's just a cog in the wheel.
I asked you the question of do we have concentration camps in this country right now? And I'm just being honest. In my opinion, I thought I was asking you a ridiculous question that I would have thought anybody who answered yes would have been being equally ridiculous. But the way you answered it, I actually think we have concentration camps in this country now. Your answer was so brilliant. I don't have anything else to say other than I'm a changed man on that one, because I would have thought anybody claiming we have concentration camps in this country was going way too far, saying something that was crazy ridiculous. But the way you defined it and structured it, yeah, it's like you said, the people are profiting off of the labor and all of that. I mean, it's crazy to think that. It's crazy to think that because we picture
people as well.
Huh?
Just proving I'm not AI to people, because people always think that with my voice.
Yeah. No, your answer, AI, you would be, and I talked to AI, you would be some of the best AI I've ever talked to. I mean, but no, I don't think you're AI, but it's crazy because when we think of, we're thinking of Buchenwald, Auschwitz, places like that. But, you can have a concentration camp that doesn't, like we had with the Japanese internment camps. That was a concentration camp. The people eventually got let out. The goal was not to kill them. So when we hear concentration camp, we think of it in the worst form, which is what they were doing in Nazi Germany. But yeah, you could have concentration camps that are at the level of U.S. penal institutions. And the way you stated it, man, you're good at this, dude. I gotta say, because I thought that was crazy.
Well, let's look at Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary. Do you know about that place?
I've heard of it. And thank you, Fuzzer. I don't know if you're trying to come up or not, but Fuzzer, thank you for the galaxy. Go ahead.
So with Angola, that was a plantation. After the 13th Amendment, the owner said, hey, why don't I just turn this into a prison? And that's how it became the state prison. That's where there's still people picking cotton, getting paid 3 to 7 cents an hour with people on horsebacks and shotguns. It's still a plantation.
Yeah.
Why is all U.S. government furniture made by prisoners? Why do we make 30% of the paint? Why do the answer for AT&T and Verizon. Why do they work for private corporations? Why are we allowing this?
Because the ruling class is making money off of it. That's why, and because the people that are in there, a lot of the voting public don't care about those people. I mean, let's face it. A lot of our penal institutions are the folks that are in there are African Americans, and there are people who do not probably are not going to vote even if they were free. And people, so it's like a disenfranchised community. There are people that just don't care about what's happening to them.
But see, that's because we've categorized them as an African American. What they are is they're a U.S. citizen who's a person with the same rights as me. And we've got to stop this compartmentalization within the system. Because if we prove that the 14th Amendment overturned the 13th, now everyone who's been put into that system gets to sue. If we put in a 28th Amendment, we give a pass to the hatred. So I'm all about systems reparations, essentially, by showing that the structure is wrong and people get financial settlements. That's how I try doing it differently, use their system against them.
All right, now Fuzzer wanted to come up. Fuzzer, you wanted to add something to this or ask a question?
Yeah, I want to tell Smokey that the 32th, 37th, and the 42nd Amendment contradicts everything you say.
Oh, well, I'll give you the 98th Amendment then as well. I'm from 47. What's up?
This shit is going way.
That's just sarcastic. He was being a MAGA on that one.
Yeah.
I've known Smokey for a long time. Back before he was Smokey, he was Jingles. And I'll vouch that if he's AI, he smokes more weed than any AI that I've ever met. So, and I can vouch that he is not AI.
Yeah, I already knew it.
420 IQ.
Yeah.
He's good for a guy that is not born and raised in America. You're more American than any of us goddamn it out here. I'm telling you, it's amazing that what you know about the systems in this country.
Well, the problem is habeas corpus is, with all of his knowledge and his accent, they're going to get rid of habeas corpus and he'll be deported back to Ireland before you know it. And he knows that is a possibility because of Steve Miller.
Well, here's the difference, though. I never was naturalized. I'm a natural-born citizen. I'm actually qualified to be president. And I've been a resident for more than 14 years, so I could actually run.
I thought you were naturalized.
That's the difference in the Constitution. It's natural-born citizen. So Ted Cruz was born in Canada, but his mom's a U.S. citizen, so he's a natural-born citizen. I'm the same.
I thought you were naturalized. I didn't realize that.
Nope. That's why when people think, oh, I had to study the Constitution for a test, I didn't. I studied the Constitution to annoy MAGA while I was trying to defend people's rights, but I couldn't argue emotionally when they bring up the Constitution. So I learned the Constitution to debunk MAGA, and then I tried to teach Democrats the Constitution so we could save the United States. And they all said, fuck that, we want America and gender rights.
So the only time I see you now, what are you doing on this app? What? Yeah.
I took a huge step away from it. That's why you very rarely see me, because show what either side is doing. America, 250 years old, that's treason to the United States, where the United States marched forward 1789. We've categorized citizens into subcategories, but people, persons, citizens of rights. We have to ask for permissions, but corporations be given all the structure of the Constitution. The White House has been turned into a joke and has been rented out to private corporations. An act can't amend the Constitution, but yet we're at war. It's a violation of the Constitution because the War Power Act is unconstitutional. District voting is from an 1842 Apportionment Act, because you can't change the structure of Article 1, Section 2 with an act. So we vote by state. The list goes on, but no one cared on supposedly the Democrat side. And for all the attorneys I spoke with, none of them ever will push this or ever file a piece of paper.
So it sounds like you're saying the Democrats went too far with the gender shit.
100%, because persons have rights. Just like the corporation. See, National Organization of Women is a legal person, isn't it? They can legally donate as people. And then they tell citizens they need to pay them, and they'll go in front of 9 free persons, the Supreme Court, and ask what permissions the label society gave the citizen.
I'm curious, how do you normally...
Trans rights, all that.
Now, you're holding both parties accountable. I'm curious, how do you normally vote? Are you normally voting for some Republicans and some Democrats? Are you vote normally for Republicans?
I vote for Democrats because their intent is better. Their wordplay is terrible. Republicans are honest with their hate. They want the first 10 amendments, a white America. They love the slave system, the police system, and they don't care. I can't support that. Democrats have got good intent, but their actions are horrendous. So I can help change the words, It changes the actions, which changes the outcome.
So Republicans are honest and Democrats are not. So Republicans are honest and Democrats are not.
They're honest with their hate. Democrats are decent with their intent, but their use of the Constitution to actually achieve that is failed. Because white persons have rights. But yet, every politician says you have to pay them to get your permission from the Supreme Court based upon the label that they gave you. And who paid them to put that word out? Oh, the National Organization of Women, or ACLU, paid the politicians with the right of the people, which goes against Dred Scott versus Sanford. Because why can a corporation suddenly be the people, but a black person couldn't?
Honestly,
so why does the Supreme Court skew it in favor of corporations? So I'm showing that the system is flawed, and everything that we talk about is 4th, 5th, 6th level, but our foundation's cracked and our building's about to tumble. We have to do the foundational work.
Well,
so this isn't about left or right. I don't care.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. It's certainly when it comes to police, it's the training. Gentlemen, I do got to move it on for time's sake, but Smokey, you are always a breath of fresh air and knowledge. I don't have anything else to say. What are you saying there, Fuzzer?
I was just gonna say, Smokey is the reason why I've learned and taken the time to. Like he said, he only really started getting into this as MAGA started developing, and that shows you how short of time. And so I've started to really learn the Constitution. I wouldn't have been able to reel off the amendments like I can now. Someone told me there was a 34th Amendment. I'd be like, "What is it?"
Right. Yeah. I used to know that I can somewhat recite most of the top 10 in the Bill of Rights, but once you get beyond that, there's no way I'm gonna recite all of those. So yeah, that's
I can get pretty much through all of them now because Smokey encouraged me.
Yeah, and remember, don't just learn the Bill of Rights. That's what they want you to learn. Learn the 14th Amendment, because then it made it the Bill of Rights. Within the 14th Amendment is the Bill of Rights.
You inspire me. Maybe I'm going to start looking into that a little bit more, because it ain't that hard to learn them, or it's really just memory. I knew them before. I mean, you got to pass the Constitution test in Illinois to get out of 8th grade. We had to know all of this stuff. It's just, it ain't something you keep using in your everyday life. I mean, you don't have people challenging them all the time to have to bring them up. So, but I used to know them, but you kind of made me want to open up a book. But gentlemen, I got to move it on. I thank you both for coming through. Thank you.
Good seeing you, Smokey. I'll talk to you later.
You too also, Buzzard.
All right. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up. Excellent call there. Excellent call. Excuse me. Get us up to 60,000. Looking in the comment section, if you will. Yeah, I remember that pizza gate. That guy went up into the pizzeria and started shooting everybody and looking for the innocent kids in the basement. It's interesting, those same folks, Carlos, they don't seem to care about the Epstein stuff at all. It was easy to convince them that Hillary Clinton and those folks were, consuming babies based on zero evidence. And now when it comes to the Epstein files, those same folks are considerably more milder in regards to getting to the bottom of that shit. The Democrats are falling apart. The Republicans will be in charge for the next 20 years. You really see the Democrats is falling apart, David Rodriguez, but the Republicans holding together? You need to go talk to Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, fucking Tucker Carlson. They're all conservatives. Chris Christie, I just played. You need to talk to some of them. I don't think the Republican Party is a beacon of strength while the Democrats are falling apart. I'll tell you this also, and get us up to 65,000. We'll take the next caller. I'll tell you this also. When you look at the state of our nation, economically, the fact that we're at war and the cost of goods and services and shit like that, and the fact that the Republicans are in charge, how the hell is the Republican Party united and the Democrat Party falling apart when it's the conservative party that is leading the country in a manner that if we had a Democrat in office right now, the conservatives will say this country is falling apart? If you took the exact same metrics of what we're going through right now, the economy, the price of goods and services, groceries at the grocery store. Let's say the price were the exact same they are right now. Let's say the price of gas, same fluctuations as done under President Trump. Exact same numbers. We were at war, and you had a Democrat president on TV, Kamala Harris or Biden, giving the exact same speeches that Trump gives for while we're at war, making the exact same threats. You're going to tell me MAGA will be trying to say that the country's doing well? They would be saying that the Democrats are destroying this fucking country. If the exact same shit was just under a Democratic administration, MAGA would be saying this is terrible. This is horrible what they're doing. We need to get rid of them. You got a pool where you don't, what is that? This waiting pool in DC, or this, supposed to be flag blue. The millions of dollars that's been wasted on that. You think MAGA would not be pointing that out if that was paid for by the Biden or Kamala Harris administration? The same shit could be happening. Biden don't tore up half of the East Wing to build a ballroom without permission from anybody. MAGA would be criticizing all of that shit. So I just want to tell you, it's funny that all of a sudden Trump does it, and now it's great. Democrats won more than 30 special elections since Trump took office in the second term, even in red districts, that is true. Epstein files were declassified because of Trump, not because of anybody else in the past, and there's a lot of people in those files that doesn't mean anything. Florida, you couldn't be, Florida Blondie, you couldn't be more wrong if you tried. The Epstein files were not declassified because of Trump. You're making it sound like you can go get the Epstein files and nothing's redacted. You don't even, all we know for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein violated a lot of people, and Ghislaine Maxwell was essentially a pimp working with him to help other people get access to young children. We know that. Yet the Epstein files has not released the name of yet not even one single other person that violated children. But you want to come on here and say he declassified it? We know there are names of pedos in the Epstein files. We know there are names of those folks. How do we know? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene told Trump told Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you listen to her, that if we declassify this stuff, some of my friends will get hurt. Who are those people? So, no, he hasn't declassified shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene made it clear he was trying to keep the stuff hidden. You got that one wrong. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Mike the boss. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. What would make somebody say that Trump has declassified the Epstein files, Mike?
First of all, happy Father's Day, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Same to you. Same to you.
Delusion. Wanting to be right, to be comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. This is.
I see it.
Yeah. Everything is fine. Yeah. Crazy. To suggest that we've declassified everything. Now, real quick before we continue, I got a poll on YouTube. 420 plus respondents so far. Can black people be racist? 73% says yes, 27% says no. What brought you up, Mike?
Well, you was doing a lot of fluffing, but
we don't fluff here, Mike. We don't do that.
You were. And happy Father's Day to any fathers in the comments, fathers that are doing their thing. Happy Father's Day to y'all. So yeah.
Somebody in the comments has to see this shirt. Go ahead. I'm listening, Mike. Somebody wants to see this.
No, but I want to make sure I clear something up, because I when you pose a question the way you do, and I've heard people pose this on this app, what can white people do that black people can't do, or what can I do that you can't do? Mm-hmm. And it's not about what action I can take; it's how I can take that action and the outcome of said action.
Give me an example.
For example, we can both drive down the street. We can both get pulled over, mm-hmm. right? But we won't. But when you look at the numbers say that it's more likely that my experience is going to be more adverse than yours.
True, I agree with that.
So what I can't do, for example, when you talk to white people, they don't have the talk with their children.
True.
So if they don't have to have the talk, then what that means is what they don't have to do is they don't have to be governed by having the talk. They don't have to go through certain things in this nation to prepare themselves for the world. They don't have the same level of obstacles. Now, you can't dismiss that. So when they say, well, you can do what I do, it's like, yeah, but my path to get there
And that's exactly what I said, is that you can do.
My preparation is different.
That's exactly what I said. You can do anything a white person can do. There just may be more hurdles to success. In the comments, Stevie D says, okay, I'm out. Gotta listen to a successful black man talk about how racist America is. Later, Timmy, saying you're successful, yet here you are talking about how racist the country is, while you are an African American.
And again, my success doesn't mean the obstacles weren't present.
True.
See, here's the problem with their ideology when they see black people be successful, and they go to but they don't understand that my path to get there, I dealt with obstacles that my counterparts didn't have to go through. My counterparts weren't coming out to the parking lot with bananas and pictures of monkeys on their windshield. They weren't dealing with that.
Yeah.
They weren't dealing with that shit. They weren't dealing with getting phone calls from a certain executive about using the executive bathroom, asking me, did I use a certain bathroom? They weren't dealing with that shit. They weren't dealing with having to internalize that to still be successful and not act out. They didn't deal with that shit.
So in other words,
deal with any of that.
So in other words, though, you do.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do understand what you said, but you're saying what I said, and I see in the comments someone says I'm lying. I didn't word it that way. No, I said that. I said if I'm asked what can a white person do that a black person can't do, my answer would be nothing. A black person can do everything a white person can do. There just will be greater hurdles in some cases to get there. To me, I think it's mainly for those who are at the bottom and those who are at the top. If you're in the middle, you just want to, I just want to have a regular job, maybe a union gig, I want to have a nice car and a home, whatever. I don't think there's anything stopping you as a white or a black person at all. But it's for people at the bottom, if you're homeless and shit like that, the cops and folks may fuck with you more. If you're on the street loitering and begging, you're going to get fucked with more probably as a person of color. And obviously if you're at the top trying to become a CEO or trying to become a politician or something, those to me are where you're going to face the most hurdles as a person of color. But in the middle, I just want to, look, there's plenty of folks that live in Philly, live in Chicago and shit like that are doing fine as a middle-class American, and they're not really encountering racism much at all. I mean, like myself, I know when I tried to purchase properties countrywide in what was it, Fifth Third Bank were part of a class action suit because they were loaning me money at a higher interest rate. But other than that, I didn't encounter a whole lot. Listen, just in the middle. Go ahead.
But Tim, even the fact that you just sort of
hurdles,
just a little bit
hurdles. I said hurdles.
But I understand, but that hurdle is based on racism, and what I'm saying is this: the minute you minimize the fact that I want you to, no, hold on. What I'm saying is when we have these, yes, you did, and I'm gonna tell you how you did.
By calling it a hurdle, what should I call it? A wall?
Wait a minute. No, but here's what I'm saying. Well, you call it whatever you want, but minimizing it is just to skip over it. Like, when I dealt with them, other than a little bit of redlining on or higher interest rates, other than a little higher interest rates, it wasn't that bad. Yet the bottom line is this, Tim. You got to ask yourself, how big is the system that you were part of a class action lawsuit because it was identified that those two companies were charging minorities higher rates? You got to think about the depth of the design to do that.
But even if I do what you're saying, I take into consideration that they were likely doing that to tens of thousands of African Americans, I'm going to still submit to you as an African American, and probably most of the folks they were doing that to, the biggest hurdles to success for an African American often are at the behest of his own people. I mean, I own properties throughout. I don't want, like you said, we don't want to minimize what's going on. If we're going to point to what African Americans are facing that prevents them from being successful, do we ignore the fact that most of our hurdles to success are coming from us? People breaking in my properties, tenants not paying rent. Most of the stuff that I faced that was hurdles to my success were coming from African Americans. It wasn't coming from Fifth Third gave me a higher interest rate.
Are those crimes of poverty, Tim?
They're hurdles to me. I don't care what they are.
Hold on. No, see, but that's the problem. The fact that you don't care what they are means you're not focused
But
on
then you're minimizing it.
Can I fit?
You're minimizing it.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm prioritizing.
Make your point. Make your
I'm
point.
not.
Make
I'm
your point.
prioritizing.
Make your point.
I'm prioritizing.
Make your point.
You're going after. I'm about to. You're going after the crime of poverty, and you're not prioritizing why that crime is systemically happened. Why that person, why that community is put in a position where their crimes are centered around the resources that they don't have, the things that they have to go through just to get it. These are crimes of poverty, not crimes of decadence. They're completely different things. This country made white collar crimes, blue collar crimes. They actually substantiate and define them differently for a reason. When you look at these crimes and you look at the penalties for said crimes, they're completely different, Tim. So let me give you an example. Let me tell you what white folks don't have to worry about. They don't have to worry about a president saying, or a Charlie Kirk saying, if Charlie Kirk is seeing a white pilot, whether that pilot is qualified.
Yeah, they do.
They don't have to worry about
they do. Farrakhan says the same. Farrakhan says the same shit. He's a religious leader that says the same shit that Charlie Kirk says.
You see how no, they don't have to worry about. Tim, can I finish what I'm saying?
What do you make your point? Make your point.
Farrakhan's not in control of any system that can define that.
What the hell is Charlie Kirk in control of? What is Charlie Kirk in control of?
Can you let me finish today?
Okay, you're making a long point. You're making a long point. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I'm not making a long point. You keep interrupting me.
All right, go ahead.
Charlie Kirk is tied to the ideology that went in and gutted our systems and started removing people out of the military because they were transgender. Same ideology, same group of people that moved on, that said thoughts, made it action. Did they or did they not? Did they not?
Charlie Kirk is a conservative. If you want to say he's tied into it, okay.
He's tied into the same administration that removed those people having the same ideology loved CK. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Didn't they have a huge memorial for social media influencer in Arizona?
Yeah.
So clearly they're tied to his ideology. Clearly they love what he speaks to, and what he speaks to is the marginalizing of other communities. Yes.
Yeah. Let me know when you're done, because I got a million responses. Let me know when you're done with this point.
Okay. And this is why this conversation, and every time you ask me about it, I always skirt this because it takes longer than the time allotted. But what I'm simply saying to you, Tim, those hurdles are systemic. Those hurdles aren't going anywhere. They're trying to create more hurdles. Right now, as we sit here, this administration is trying to create more hurdles to make it harder for us to do the same thing they want to do. Yes or no?
Yeah, in many ways, yes.
In many ways?
Yeah. Are you done with the point? Because I got a bunch of responses to this stuff. Okay, first of all, you're talking about Charlie Kirk and he's tied to the same ideology. Half of the inmate population likes Farrakhan. So what? He's tied to that criminal ideology. So does he get blamed for that? So I don't go with Charlie Kirk is tied. Let me make my point now. Let me make my point now. I don't agree that you're going to say, well, because Charlie Kirk is tied to the conservatives or people believe the same shit as him, that somehow he gets blamed for it. I'm holding Charlie Kirk responsible for some of the statements I think he's made personally that I think are racist. I'm not going to say what he's tied into. I'm going to blame him for what he's done. But I'm going to tell you that Farrakhan makes anti-white statements very similar to what Charlie Kirk has made about African Americans, up to and including calling them blue-eyed devils and all kinds of shit, which is just racist. And you view him in a different light than Charlie Kirk because you're saying Charlie Kirk is tied to something. Farrakhan is tied to a segment of our population, and some of that segment is not favorable. In regards to this crimes of poverty, I told you that while I admit there are hurdles to African Americans achieving success, more numerous than white Americans, I'll agree with that. But I'm simply saying that if you're an African American and you're trying to achieve success, you're going to encounter far more hurdles on your path to success as an African American from other African Americans than you are from white people. Your response is, well, you got to take in consideration why they're committing the crimes, and many of them are crimes of poverty. I'm going to submit to you that there are a lot of drug dealers in the hood that have more money than just about everybody living in that neighborhood, and they're still committing crimes every day. That ain't crime of poverty. That's a crime of greed. There's plenty of people in the hood that are doing it. They got tons of money, shit stored all in their fucking walls and shit, and they still out there popping people, still out there orchestrating all kinds of crimes. That ain't a crime of poverty. That's a crime of greed. That's a crime of greed.
Tim, first of all, let's be clear. The example you just gave about and it's weird. It's weird when you do this shit. It's really weird.
Is it false? Is it false?
Well, it is false. Yes, it is false, and I'm gonna tell you why. The average person that's getting it at that level in the hood is not in the fucking hood anymore. That's number one. Let's be crystal clear about that.
That ain't true.
Tim, the people that are getting it the way you just said, when you talking about storing money in the walls, they not in the hood no more.
Ain't nobody in the hood. We telling me ain't nobody in the hood dealing drugs that make more money than most people on the block. Once they make more money than most people on the block, they just leave. All of them are gone.
I didn't say all of them. See, you're going to the absolute.
I think most of them. Most of them.
Tim, let me finish. Tim, listen, Tim, they're not. The ones that are making it, the ones that are making 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 bands a week, they're not still in the hood. They're moving their weight in the hood, but they're not still in the hood, Tim. Stop.
You don't, but Mike, you don't need to make 20 bands a week. You don't need to make 20K a week to be balling, to be beating your neighborhood. You could be making 1,500K a week, and you're making more than most of your neighbors. And there are plenty of them folks still living in the hood that are doing better.
You gave.
No, I said people got money stored in their walls. I didn't give you a number. But the point I'm making is the point I'm making is simple. There are plenty of folks in the hood that are committing crimes that are making more money than the average person on their block, and that is therefore not a crime of poverty at that point. It's a crime of greed.
No, listen. Even if I gave you that number is extremely small, Tim.
Really?
So you're telling me, so let me ask you this. I just want to be clear. You're telling me people that are getting it, like you're saying, $1,500 a week, $2,000, $3,000, they're still running around robbing people? Is that what you're telling me? In the cars and stuff? Is that what you're telling me?
No, they're ordering it, Mike. They may not be, they're sitting back and ordering somebody else to do it for their own personal benefit.
Tim, ain't nobody doing that.
So what do you think? So wait a minute. So what are you saying? If a person is making $15,000 to $3,000 per week in the hood, they just ain't committing no crimes at all, huh?
No, they're not doing what you just said they're doing.
All right.
They're not doing what you said they're doing. They're trying to stay out the way. Tim, how long you been away from the hood? I'm curious.
Couple days.
Man, listen. And the piece is saying I'm out of touch. Tim is fucking out of touch.
I'm out of touch. The hood ain't changed, Mike. Wait. Let me make something clear. Just because I'm not in the hood right anymore, Mike, that don't mean the hood changed. I was in the hood most of my adult life. That shit ain't changed.
Tim, and when you was in the hood most of your life, the cats that was getting it to the point that you said putting money in the walls and stacking cash like that, they was not still on the
I'm not talking about Tommy's. I'm not talking about motherfucking Ghost from Power level. I agree with that. No, they're not in the hood, but I'm saying you got all sorts of henchmen or lieutenants under them that are still in the hood that are making more money than the average person working.
But they're not they're not breaking in your cars, Tim.
They're ordering it, Mike. They are ordering it, Mike.
Stop it, man. Let's just move on to the next subject. They're not.
So they ain't committing no crime. So they're not committing any crimes of greed. Hold on, wait a minute.
I didn't say that.
Are they committing any crimes of greed?
Just selling dope is a crime of greed.
So I made my point. What else you got?
At a high level. But no, you didn't make your point.
Yes,
let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this because that's absolutely absurd.
Okay.
It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. But and the problem with that is these far right people that have these terrible ideologies of who we are in our neighborhoods. they hear that shit and they think that's right. It's completely wrong. That's not what happened.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me respond. Let me just tell you this. We're talking about drug dealers and all that. I made the original point, though, that the path of success for an African American, the hurdles that are put up for an African American to succeed, most of those hurdles are put up by black people. Now, we went into a sub-context about drug dealers, but fact is, whether it's hypes and cluckers or folks who are addicted, there's all kinds of other areas too. You refer to that stuff as crimes of poverty. Call it what you want. I don't know why this person broke in my car or took my catalytic converter off my. Fact is, though, without them, I would have an easier time getting to a path of success. I'm dealing with these folks a lot more than I am with white racism. Now, you got this whole thing where you need to figure out why they committed the crime. Maybe they're poor and it's because of the white guy. Ain't nobody doing that, Mike. If somebody breaking my crib, I'm not trying to figure out what made them do it. Nobody cares.
I understand, and that's why we are where we are, because nobody cares. Because here's what I'm going to tell you. What's different in white communities? What's the difference in white communities? It's an epidemic.
Here's the difference.
Hold on, let me finish. We got to spend billions of dollars because it's an opioid epidemic in their communities. It's a Skittle party in their communities. Now we have to spend resources to help fix that problem. We want to attack cartels. We want to do all of that when white folks are by and large impacted heavily.
Here's the difference.
When it comes to our communities, they cut the resources to help. That is a huge hurdle. Yeah. That's a huge difference.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, though. In a white community, if you're a white person and you're going to work in the morning, you find out another white person broke in your car and took your wallet or something you left in there. The white guy who got his car broken into in a rural Alabama neighborhood somewhere where there ain't nobody black around, and he knows the criminal was another white guy. He's not going to blame the black community for what this white guy did to him, or suggest that the white guy that broke in his car did it as a crime of poverty because of something the black man did. They're gonna hold that white dude accountable. You're telling me in the hood, if somebody black breaks in my house or my car, I gotta overlook why they did it and somehow tie it to the white man for why they done it.
No, that's not what the fuck I'm saying.
That's what you said.
I thought that you could have a deeper intellectual
That's
conversation.
That's what you said.
When I said that, that's not what I said.
What did you say? Correct it for me. Help me out. Clear it up.
Let me give you a better example.
Thank you.
In Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma is ruby red, right?
Okay.
Ruby red state.
Yes.
The state of Oklahoma, they just shot down increasing the federal minimum wage overwhelmingly by like 14, 15 points.
That's what Republicans do. That's what Republicans do.
Why do they do that, Tim?
Because they're favorable to wealthy.
They're favorable to what?
They're favorable to big business and wealthy people.
But who do they blame for the poor conditions? It don't matter what state. Who do they blame for the poor conditions, Tim?
What is define poor conditions? What type of condition? Lack of health care, homelessness?
Health care, poverty. Who does this country blame for all the ills of this country, Tim?
Shit, it's hard. I want to just answer that with one answer, but it depends on the ill. I mean, when you're talking about kids, they're blaming the trans, they blame each community that is a non-white community.
When they talk about crime, who do they blame?
Hispanics, blacks, everybody but white people.
Everybody but white people. That was my point. They blame everybody but white people. You just said it. Yeah. But a few minutes ago, when you used the catalytic converter thing, you said they don't do that.
Well, because I use Alabama for an example. If I'm talking about an all-white area, and let's say, for instance, you live in, Helena, Montana somewhere, or some town that is overwhelmingly white, and very few, in that town, they ain't blaming blacks for all of the crime in that town. If there's nobody there, you can't blame them for it.
Listen, Tim, I know that's what you're saying, but you also just said that they blame those statistics on minorities.
That's federally, though.
Mexicans out because Mexicans are ruining their
federally, though. That's not state.
Even at the federal, they use the federal will be the scapegoat. That's why they don't like the quote unquote government, right? It's the scapegoat. But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. You just said it. The ills of this country, the country going backwards, make America great again. The reason it needs to be made great again is because those people have made it to not be great.
Yeah.
They don't ever point at themselves.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
They always, as a matter of fact, I'm going to give you a perfect example. You guys were talking about the unalignment rates with police officers and how we're handled when we get pulled over. If we're 13% of the population, why do we have the highest unalignment rate when it comes to police officer interaction, Tim?
Wait, if we're 13% of the population, well, because of racism, the police perceive you more as being a danger. But I will also say a lot, from what I've seen, and this is only going by what I've seen because we know white people have cameras too. I don't know why it's not filmed, but it does appear, if you go by the media, that black people are more apt to talk shit to cops than white people are. Probably because of the history of the way cops treated us, but that is also stuff that can lead to drama. There's a lot more interaction between the African-American community and white people because we're over-policed, and then you get in it, then you throw in the fact that you talking shit, and the outcome's not going to be good.
So I'm gonna walk through this
real quick because I got to move it on.
We have a hurdle. So when you say, I understand, Tim, and I'm gonna let you go because you know this time I stay away from this because it needs more time than what we're giving it. But I want to pivot real quick to one other topic. Everything that we're talking about is a hurdle that this country has put on minorities, women, black, brown, LB. It's a hurdle. Their entire campaign was built on hurdles. Their entire campaign. It's the trans in bathrooms. It's the Hispanics. It's immigration. It's the blue cities. It's the inner city crime. Everything is a hurdle from a system that built this racism and bigotry on purpose, not by accident, on purpose. And then they turn around and say, "You can do everything I can do." Yeah, but you tried to straddle me with hurdles, and then you want to tell me I'm a victim. And then when I do finish, like Stevie D said, I don't want to hear this from somebody that's been successful. Where the fuck are we supposed to be in this country? Where the fuck are we supposed to be when we succeed? Shut the fuck up. Right, they want us to be quiet and be still, but I want to pivot real quick.
Mike, I gotta move on. I'll give you 60 seconds. 60 seconds.
Just, I know, 60 seconds. Right now, when we're dealing with this MOU agreement, the strait is closed again. Yeah, oil went up again. The bottom line is this deal is never going to work because you got a deal with two people, but there's 4 countries involved. It's never going to work.
Iran, Israel. What's the fourth country? What's the fourth country?
Countries.
Is Lebanon? Lebanon is one of those countries?
Yeah. Well, and I didn't mean countries. I meant actors. You got Lebanon. You got Hezbollah.
Okay. All right.
And Israel. You know what I mean? You have them involved. They didn't sign no agreement. They're not bound by anything.
Yeah.
Israel didn't sign shit. But it's all being played, and that guy on the screen. Oh, last thing.
Mike, I gotta go. I got other callers. We'll make it happen on the next show. I do gotta move it on. Tap the screen because normally we do 15 minutes. I've given them 10 extra minutes. I don't like to hang up on Mike, but I do gotta move on. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to 70,000, if you will. Mike, we'll certainly finish that on another call. In the comments, Godspeed, President Trump. Where we go, one we go all. What does that say? Is except Sergeant. Somebody you say, "Oh, you're a sergeant in the Air Force. The best is yet to come." That ain't what he promised. Look, if you're saying the best is yet to come, here's my point. At what point do you actually hold him accountable for not delivering on his promises? What are we going to end up with Trump in 2028 saying, well, if we had have elected him for a third term, he actually could have delivered. At what point do you hold him accountable for not delivering? That man said he was going to lower grocery prices on day 1. Here we are, day 700, damn near. Well, it's the best is yet to come. That ain't what he promised. The Ukraine-Russian war was going to end in 24 hours. Best is yet to come. He's not even remotely close to delivering on this shit. And you're still hanging on like you're part of Simply Red. I keep holding on. I mean, like the 80 song Simply Red. Like, at what point do you hold him accountable for the fact that he ain't delivering on his campaign promises? He is not delivering. That man promised to do shit, good shit, fast. He said he was going to lower the prices of rents. He said he was going to cut your energy bills in half within 12 months if you elected him. There's so many promises that man made that has not come true. The idea that well, the best is yet to come. Shit. So what are we dealing with now? The worst? Tap the screen, get us up to 65,000, take the next caller. That's crazy, though. I really do. Which is why I stated earlier that if you had a liberal in office doing the exact same stuff as Trump, to the letter, every tweet, every post, everything Trump has done, the right would be saying that is a terrible commander-in-chief. Made all the same campaign promises and got us as far as Trump has gotten us. The right would be saying this is a terrible president. In the comments, here's what white people have to worry about victimhood from the Democrat Party. Says, as a conservative, I don't know if you realize it or not, but playing victim is not just a Democrat or African American thing. You know, you guys talk about, African Americans are always crying racism. The Muslims, Sharia law. African Americans burning cities down, robbing and looting, killing folks. Hispanics, rapists and murderers. The transgender, they're going to affect our kids. You guys cry victim a lot. You guys do cry victim a lot. You just don't count it as playing victim when you're doing it. But every single group of people in this country that are not straight, white, and Christian, you guys find fault with them. That's victimhood. That's victim mentality. That's because you don't realize it or won't acknowledge it, don't mean it's not there. Think about all of those different groups, just about every group, you name the group, and I can damn near tell you what they're saying about that group, and it's always negative. The right don't talk about the LGBTQ community without it being something negative. They don't talk about Muslims without it being something negative. They don't talk about immigrants without it being negative. And they barely talk about African Americans that are not in a negative sense. I mean, so, there is plenty of playing victim from the right. You just agree with what they're saying and you don't agree with the liberals. People claiming whatever the current president needs to clean up from the prior president. Congratulations, you see the game being played on us. All I know is Trump made a whole bunch of promises to do things really fast. And when he got in there and started failing, out came a bunch of excuses. The guy had already been president for a complete term. So he knew what it took to run a country. He knew what he was getting involved in. He knew everything he needed to know. And he got in there, and now all we're getting is excuses for why his promises have not happened yet. That's bullshit to me. That's bullshit to me. This is not, he didn't know or he ain't never done this, but he was president for 4 straight years. So he should know if he can lower rents, if he can end wars in 24 hours, he should know that stuff. What we're trying to do is avoid the obvious. This man said whatever the fuck he needed to say to get elected, and many in the country fell for it. And now that he's not delivering, and it's pretty obvious he made all that shit up, to avoid embarrassment, we got to pretend like there was some other reason for why this happened and that it will likely happen in the future. And once the future arrives, you'll be making an excuse at that point for why it ain't happened then. This is almost the same shit that when you think about the Q drops, remember we say our calls go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. All of these Q drops that came out after the 2020 election, that were going to arrest Nancy Pelosi and the military was going to get Biden, and every time one of those events would be predicted, the day they said it was going to happen, when it failed to take place, they had to make an excuse for why, well, in the future it's going to happen. And it just kept going on for most of Biden's presidency. On this day, Trump's going to become the 17th president of the United States. It matches the letter Q and all this shit. When that day came, they had to have an excuse for why that didn't happen. And it just kept happening over and over and over again. Let me go back to the box. I'm a leftist Q. I'm not that Q. No more gas by July. I don't think that's going to happen. You keep talking, but you haven't once mentioned the good he's done, says JB, because that's not the kind of program we run, JB. Look, do you hear Trump mentioning the good Biden done? The good Obama's done? The good George Bush has done? Do you hear him mentioning any of that shit? So why the hell would you expect somebody to mention the good he's done? We mention, when Trump does something that is favorable, we mention it when it happens. I give him credit for securing the border. We ain't talking about the border right now, though. We give him credit for when he does something right. But when he fucks up and does something wrong, we don't ignore that and go back to pointing out something good he's done. He doesn't give anybody the courtesy of doing that either. And if you're MAGA, neither does you. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen. We'll go to Noah Thomas. Good evening, Noah. Comments, Arnita says he hasn't done any good. I disagree with that. He has done some good, but he's done a lot of things that go against what he promised. Noah, good evening. Welcome to the program.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. I'm in the trenches today as usual. A lot of my African-American guests think I'm full of shit today. Perhaps you do too, but I want to hear your point. Before I get into that, help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap go. Show your boy some love on this difficult program. What brought you up, Noah?
No, I heard what you said to stick the ruler, and me and him are friends. But I agree and disagree with what he said. I want to ask you a question, then I have a statement after. Would you agree that any success a person of color achieves in this country is in spite of the system, not because of it?
Depends on the level of it. Depends on how they achieve the success. I mean, like for instance, what is the guy, the team captain of the Knicks right now? I don't think there was any hurdles to him achieving success to do what he's done on the Knicks. I mean, there are ways as an African American you can achieve success, and there was very little hurdles to you getting there. Depends on what it is.
Yeah, so but I mean, in terms of in general, because like you said, the hurdles exist, and they've been there for a while now. So if a black person or a person of color achieves a success, it's not because the system helped. It's because in spite, they must be resilient or exceptional. The same opportunity is not afforded to people of color.
And I don't totally disagree with that. I think where you and I may have a slight disconnect, and certainly I had it with Stick and Mike, is that while I agree the hurdles exist, I think Mike and Stick see the hurdles as significantly greater than I do, because there's a lot of, like for instance, in our neighborhoods, the schools do not have the same resources as schools in white neighborhoods. So, if you don't get the same education, that's a hurdle right there. However, there's a lot of African Americans now that grow up and get educated in those white schools. So there's plenty of African Americans that have become successful, and they didn't grow up in the hood. They didn't go to school in the hood. They lived in an area where all that stuff was available, and they didn't even encounter the same hurdle. So it's harder to answer the question in 2026 than it would have been answered in 1956.
Yeah, I agree with that a little bit. I also want to throw this at you.
Sure.
I remember you asked Stick the Ruler question. I don't think he did a good job of articulating his answer.
Help him out. Give me the question. Give me your answer.
Your question was, what can a white person do that a black person can't?
Right.
And a white person can walk, run, jog, drive, sleep, and shop without being harassed or unalived because they're a white person. Not because they're a white person. If that does happen, I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's not because they are a white person. It's because they're doing something wrong. The circumstance in which a white person is unalive is always different than the circumstance in which a black person is unalive. When you watch these videos, Stick the Ruler, he went to Philando Castillo. He said he had a firearm, but he said he had the license. Mm-hmm. He put his hands up. He still got hit. You really don't see that happen to a white person. That's what you understand.
Yeah, and I agree. And me and Mike had a closer conversation on that, because I've talked to Stick on this topic numerous times, and he told me that black people have not even progressed in 2026 any more than 1926. So he made it sound like in fact, I did a short on it. He says we have made no progress from 1926 to 2. So to me, I think Stick sees it way greater than what it really is. Because
that's a militant point of view. I would say that was a real militant point of view, because 1964 is a Civil Rights Act, and the 1965 a Voting Rights Act. So that in itself debunks what he said.
He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one saying that. Finally, Takesha came on the program and even said that sounds ridiculous. But there was plenty of African Americans. I asked him multiple times, like, "Are you, for clarity, are you really saying blacks have made no progress since 1926?" He was like, "No, we have not." I mean, so I don't disagree. As we're discussing right now, there are more hurdles to African Americans navigating this country and seeking success than there are white people. But I don't believe they're so great that they're insurmountable or anywhere near to the level of what, let's say, Stick. I think I probably see him even less than what Mike is saying. Because I actually believe, what you may have heard me say with Mike and Stick, that if you're an African American trying to achieve success, you're going to face far more hurdles from people in your own community. There are people that if you leave your own community, or even if you're in your own community, you get online and you go to a prestigious school or something, you get educated, you come back to your own community and start arguing about how you speak. Or you talking like a white person now. God damn it, I'm trying to get educated. You're actually literally chastising me because I went out and learned something. I mean, so you face a lot of hurdles from your own people as well. And I think that we focus only on the hurdles we are achieving. They took the live down. Why the hell they do that? TikTok did not like what we were talking about, so I will have to end up appealing it. But that does happen. Let me see if here they claim it was most likely someone is reporting it live. I'll still continue on with the other platforms, but I'm trying to see. I'm appealing it while we're doing it here. My guess is somebody was reporting it. Yeah, they did cut it there. They cut the live. Somebody said, why they cut the live? Yeah, they did. And I'll see what ends up happening. Most likely they're going to take the live down for a few days. And we do have a backup page, and our next live will be there until this one comes up. If at worst case scenario, it'll be down for a couple of days, but they took it out in the middle of the conversation. But I'll read some of the other comments. That's because you gotta work harder to stay on top because you're black. Yeah, I do agree. There are more hurdles for African Americans. Certainly, probably the biggest hurdle for African American success comes from law enforcement, period. Comes from law enforcement. By far, that is the biggest hurdle towards African. Let me turn that off. Comes from African Americans. So if you're going to have somebody suggesting that things are not as bad as some of the African American, if you're going to have somebody suggesting that things are not as bad in the African American community as some black people say, it's going to be somebody who is not having a lot of run-ins with the law. Because that's where most of the drama comes from. And in fact, when we're talking about a lot of bad racist outcomes that happen to black people, it usually involves law enforcement. It usually, I mean, you heard what they were saying. They're bringing up Philando Castile. They're bringing up even George Zimmerman, who's not a cop, was acting like one. He was acting like he was trying to enforce the law for that housing or apartment complex he was working in or whatever. So it usually involves law enforcement. If you take out law enforcement, most of the modern day claims of racism would be little to nothing. I mean, think about all the stuff you've heard when it comes to Black Lives Matter. They're either protesting the actions of a bad cop or a citizen that was trying to be one. Or it's like George Zimmerman trying to be a cop, the guy, Ahmad Diallo, that was in Georgia looking in a house and these guys chased him down in a car and killed. It's either protesting the actions of a bad member of law enforcement or a citizen trying to act like one. Karens, most of the Karens are acting like law enforcement. You can't be in this neighborhood. You can't play ball over here. It's mostly that stuff. It's mostly that stuff. Looking in the comments, Katie Craig let Damien see his baby. I don't know what that is all about. Land of the free, where police treat citizens like cattle, but racism. Yeah, the law enforcement is where most of the racism is. I'm not even going to deny that. I mean, it's every few weeks you hear about some cop. They don't found racist emails he been passing back. You know, it's in law enforcement. That's where most of that shit is. It's in law enforcement, and that's where if you are a racist citizen, That's generally who you use to enforce your racism, is you dial 911 on people. And I mean, so take them out of the equation and things get a lot better. That wouldn't happen on Rumble. Republicans over there don't do that. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, Hanson conservative, because I think if I had people like Mike and Stick the Ruler on Rumble, the Republicans, the MAGA, would have a major problem with it. They're not doing it on Rumble because they don't have people like that on Rumble. You're not going to normally find somebody that talks like Mike or Stick the Ruler using Rumble. But my program would bring them there, and I guarantee MAGA would act differently than they do with a lot of the other podcasters on there. So I get plenty of liberals that get blocked and reported on this program. So the idea that only Democrats are involved in cancel culture and stuff like that, to me, just Trump going after Jimmy Kimmel and going after liberal colleges and shit, it shows that Trump himself is prone to cancel culture. Trump himself is deeply sensitive to insults and stuff. Trump himself is for cancel culture, which is why I asked you guys in the beginning of the program, if that UFC fighter, what was his name, Josh Holkett, instead of saying Michelle Obama is a man, if that dude had got up there and said, that nude pictorial of Melania Trump is awesome, I guarantee MAGA would not have, well, it's just a joke. No, they would have been jonesing for that guy's hide. If he had got up there, because there is a pictorial of Melania Trump completely naked. You can find it online, 100%. You can find it online. If he had got up there and said, that nude pictorial of Melania Trump is beautiful, I've never seen a woman's body look that good, MAGA would have considered that to be completely disrespectful to comment on the nudity of the president's wife, and they would not have been talking about how much it's just a joke. So some of the judgment is biased. So I'm not going to pretend like it's not. Tim, how smart are you? Do you know the percentage difference between whites killed by cops versus blacks killed by cops? No, because they don't really take any accurate information to that. And once President Trump got elected, he actually threw out the database that was even keeping track of corrupt cops. So when you ask how smart am I, nobody's that smart. They don't want that information to even get out. I don't think anybody really knows that information.
Found yourself
But
again,
let's be clear. There's just far more white Americans than there are black Americans. So just based on the sheer numbers, there should be more whites getting shot by cops than there are black people. But percentage-wise, it's going to be significantly higher for black people. Just like the incarceration rate for black people is significantly higher. The 13% of the population, 50% of the inmate shit is what I'm talking about. If most inmates were incarcerated for, drugs and, not drugs, if most inmates were incarcerated for stuff like, and by the way, the live is back up on TikTok, so the appeal must have went through. So having said that, with the appeal going right through right away, it means somebody reported the live. And I appealed it, TikTok looked into it, and they've already said, there was nothing there. So we're back live on TikTok. So that just shows you that was a report. But anyway, in regards to the 1350 thing, because Charlie Kirk mentioned this as well, I would agree that the 13% of the population, 50% of the criminals had validity to it if most of the folks that are incarcerated were there for like rapes and murders and, acts of violence and things like that. But they're not. They're there for drug use, drug abuse, drug dealing. And every study there is shows that white people use and abuse drugs at the same rate as everybody else. At the same rate as everybody else. It ain't like white people are not getting high. It's not like if you go to an all-white town, I always use places like Idaho or North Dakota somewhere, that there's no drugs there. There's no African Americans in this town, yet people are getting high. They have no problem getting high. And they're doing it. So the point I'm making is, if whites are using drugs at the same rate as African Americans, why are most of the people that are in jail for drug use African Americans? The 1350 don't hold up. Like I said, if it was only in regards to murders and rapes and shit like that, we could have a conversation. But most of them are in jail for drugs. So if they're both using drugs, you can find plenty of studies that show you whites use drugs at the same rate as blacks. You can't find any study that show you that they get the same punishment though. White people do get more lenient punishments for drug use, drug abuse, drug dealing than blacks do. They just do. I'll give you an example like of Robert Downey Jr., the well-known actor, Iron Man, all the movies he's played in. That dude was caught with enough smack that it should have been enough to get him a distribution charge. He was caught with more than you need for personal use. He's still out making movies and shit. He got charged. He got a very mild charge. I don't think he did a day in jail for that. I don't think he did a day in jail. Plenty of folks who've been caught with one crack rock has done significantly more time, been punished significantly more than Robert Downey Jr. did. So yeah, there's absolutely a difference in it in regards to that. So the guy with the one crack rock, he's part of the 1350 number, and Downey is out free. So the 1350 number is not something I would take with any validity to it. Tim Allen got caught with a kilo. Did he get caught with that fucking much? Home Improvement, Tim Allen? Really? Damn. Is that accurate? Alexa, did Tim Allen get caught with a kilo of drugs on him? Yikes.
Tim Allen was caught with over 650 grams of cocaine in 1978. That's about 1.4 pounds, not quite a kilo.
Close though. Alexa, stop. That's a kilo is about 2 pounds. That's a lot. Now it's in the 1970s, but still, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He should be. By the way, that amount of narcotics, the average black man would probably still have a significant criminal history in 2026 from that 1978 charge. 1350. I'm just saying that 1350 is based on some skewed information. We had that shit for 4 years. Schumer admits the Democrats have embezzled 25 million illegitimate voters in the U. I ain't heard nothing about that. I don't believe that's accurate. Who said that? You're gonna tell me Chuck Schumer would make a statement like that? That is not accurate. This is Google Sucks says that Chuck Schumer admitted the Democrats have embedded 25 million illegitimate voters in the United States. There's no way in hell he said anything like that. If he had you wouldn't be the first place we're hearing it from. Why would you say, even if, let's say it was true, and I don't even believe it's true, let's say that's absolutely true, you still wouldn't get him to say it. You think if Trump found out Republicans were cheating in the election, he would come out and admit it? You're not going to admit your own party is doing something that horrible? Yeah, that's a lie. I want reparations for 1,000 years ago and the Slavic people that were captured. And then go to the country and tell them. That didn't happen here, Joe Box. If you want reparations from 1,000 years ago, go to the country that was happening and tell them you want why are you discussing that here in the United States? We ain't got nothing to do with that. Money, Tim, he has money, not to mention who he hangs out with. Fine. But then let's go with the money aspect. In this country, most of the wealth is not in the black community. So if money is going to assist in you getting out of jail or getting out of a jam, then obviously one community is going to be more favorable to that than other communities. But to me, yeah, the 1350 argument is based on, a skewed system. In the comments, help your boy out the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. Because we were blocked back in the day for making generational wealth 300 years. Y'all need to do some research. That's true too. I mean, look, I'm Gen X, grew up in the 70s and 80s. There was no generational wealth in the black community at all in the 70s and 80s. I mean, think about the people in this country that have generational wealth now. The Oprah Winfreys, the Jordans, like the Michael Jordan family, or, folks like Jay-Z and Beyonce. All of that shit's new. All that stuff's in our, Quincy Jones might be the best we can come up with. But all of that stuff happened in our lifetime. If you're Gen X, you didn't grow up with any generational wealth in the black community before our time. There's not a lot of, I don't think there's anybody from the silent generation that's African American that had generational wealth. I don't think there was one person from that generation. Even the baby boomer generation. You were starting to get a few in the baby boomer generation, but most of them that developed that wealth, they just done it post the Civil Rights Act. Post the Civil Rights Act. But you go back before the 1960s, there was none of it. So when we came up, I'm trying to think who would have been really, really wealthy as a black man when I was a kid. I mean, I assume Bill Cosby had money, but like Trump type wealth, I don't think of anybody. I can't think of anybody that was, owned all the properties and all of the shit that Trump had going on, even in our, I said George Jefferson. Even George Jefferson with his supposed 7 cleaners that he owned would not have been at Trump's level, because Trump would have been owning the high rise that the cleaners was in. So even George Jefferson would not have been anywhere near Trump's wealth back then. Name someone not in the entertainment industry, Tim. You can't, because that was the only way for African Americans to achieve back then. You cannot name anybody that is out. Entertainment is something that there was no way, and it wasn't that they didn't try it, but there was no way to use discrimination to keep blacks out of the entertainment industry, because they were just too good at it. And if you like to be entertained, you want to be entertained by the best. I always say people like Babe Ruth and some of them folks that have really big historic achievements in sports before blacks came along. Who knows if Babe Ruth would have been able to do that if you had African American pitchers or folks like Bo Jackson that could jump up the wall and grab a home run from going in the stands. Babe Ruth might have not had those numbers if he was playing against other African Americans. And I'm sure plenty of the African Americans in the Negro League, if they had been in the regular league, would have some of those numbers as well. But they were blocked from that. So it's hard. But yeah, you can't, outside of the entertainment industry, there, business-wise, even in terms of academics, it's impossible, because if you were an African American that achieved academically, or you developed something, they kind of took it from you. So like you could be black and develop the iPhone and make a killing off of it. They're going to take that from you. I mean, either they're going to take it from you outright or pass some kind of law that prevents you from selling it or getting the patent or something, and then it goes to somebody else. So there was no way to do it. So it would only be in the entertainment industry, because that is a talent that cannot be stolen from you. You can't steal the talent from a boxer or the talent from a baseball player. You can't steal that. All the other stuff, you can kind of take it from them. Like you've probably seen Hidden Figures, where the African-American women were helping the space program and never got any credit. Yeah, you can steal that talent. You can't steal physical talent that comes along with being in the entertainment industry. You can't take it. Schumer admits that Democrat thing that Schumer thing is wrong. It's supposedly the Moors were so powerful. How come they got conquered? Eventually somebody gets your number. Let me go to the box and we'll make it happen with Twisted. Good evening, Twisted. Now, Twisted, you've been tuned in. Let me know, what am I getting wrong? Now, this got into a full-blown race discussion, which it was not meant to be. We're talking about the Iran deal. We're talking about President Trump. Let me ask you something that's out that is away from race. What does "Make America Great" mean to you, Twisted?
Hey, man. How's it going? Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I would say what makes America great, like again, is where that all race of people can try to get along and also be there for one another.
But wait a minute. But hold on. The hat says "Make America Great Again." No. So I'm asking, what does this mean? Because you're talking about people all getting along. That has never happened in this country. So when somebody says "Make America Great Again," they're talking about a period in history. What does it mean to you?
Get rid of the MAGA hat. The MAGA hat is the problem. See, there you go. See, now you're fluffing. Now you're trying to throw all this stuff though that is in. Yeah, that's
what's wrong with the hat? Tell me what's wrong with the hat.
You need to burn the hat. The hats are crap. Burn the motherfuckers, man.
Oh God. I don't look. It's just a hat, Twisted. It's just a hat.
No, that hat, it spreads evil. That hat, it spreads sickness. Okay?
And I see handsome conservative is indicating I should show you there's nothing wrong with the hat by putting it on. It doesn't fit handsome conservative. There's too much knowledge in his head to fit in his hat. This hat is meant for smaller heads than mine, so it won't fit. I don't know.
I think you got a big ass bowhead. I
do.
That's probably why it doesn't fit.
Okay. That is true. That is true. So you've been listening in. Am I getting anything wrong today?
I have to be where Mike is. There's always going to be a problem with some type of a race of people, and today white people cannot do anything that is wrong, and I just don't see it like that. In all different race of people, there is always going to be some issues. There is always going to be something wrong. So there is no perfect race of people that is out there.
Right, because there's plenty of white people that are in prison and paying for their crimes as well. I want to ask you this. I do have this poll still up on YouTube. I'm going to change it shortly, but the poll asks, can black people be racist? We got over 600 respondents so far. 74% say yes, black people can be racist. 26% say no. I want to ask you, Twisted, what say you on that?
I would say if you're put in a predicament where you have to come out as being racist, or you have to come out as in defending yourself or your community, depending upon the situation, you have to either respect what you are going to say, or you are going to come out as in being a racist, violent type of a person.
What are you, a politician? What the hell is that, Twisted? Can black people be racist? What are you, a fucking politician? You running for office? Can black people be racist? Answer the question. The hell was that? Go ahead, answer it.
I am going to resort to that answer. That is my answer.
God. You need to run for office with that bullshit. Okay, that's how you answer a question without answering it.
Hey, that's it.
Let me ask you another. Can white people be racist?
I would say for white people, they have a good job of hiding it though, and some of them are going to pretend like they're not going to be racist, but some of them can be racist to a extent though. So
some white people, so can some black people be racist to an extent?
Depending upon the situation. Hey, man.
I'll give you credit. You're not letting me trip you up. You're sticking your guns. It's funny, but
I know you, Tim.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. You're avoiding stepping in shit. I give you credit. It's funny. So we were talking earlier. I'm gonna play this clip from earlier because there's a whole lot of new people in here that didn't hear this earlier. I want you to hear this, and I want to get your opinion on it. This was Dana White this is that whole UFC thing.
Just grind.
Yeah. A couple of negatives. Look, the Josh Hockett thing was obviously the big story for the mainstream media going out.
Yep.
That was
disgusting.
Yeah. Do you regret putting him on that card because of those comments? And
no, I mean, listen, there's always going to be people that say things that most of us don't agree with. You know, I mean, just the time, the place, just been, yeah, no. I've said many times, listen, I voted for Obama the first time, didn't vote for him the second time. Then when I was at the inauguration, he was sitting in front of me, and then I saw all this stuff on the internet where people like, oh, Dana's mad dogging Obama. Obama's the only one that turned around to me, couldn't have been a nicer guy, and said, congratulations on all your success and everything that you've done, whatever. I said, thank you, Mr. President. And I don't believe in this shit. Like all the people that hate Trump, he's not my president. All the people that hated Biden, he's not my president. I got some bad fucking news for you. If you're an American, that's your president. And I respect all presidents.
Now, before I get you to respond to this, I want you to hear. Now, this is the actual fighter himself that made the. You know, this is about him calling Michelle Obama a man, and they've made a big fuss over it.
Is overreacting and making a big deal out of nothing. I was just joking with her, just a harmless comment with no bad intent. But she took it and framed it as racism and a personal attack, which is not how I meant it at all. I'll admit, saying that inside the White House wasn't very respectful. But anyone who knows me knows I've always made jokes like this after winning matches or in casual situations. It's just how I talk sometimes. I've even said worse things before, and it was never turned into something this serious. I was just trying to lighten the mood a bit. What I said is nothing close to the kind of trash talk athletes throw at each other before games. So I don't understand why this one comment is being singled out. Is it because her last name is Obama? Or because of her skin?
Should she sue him for this defamation of character?
Tim, I would say the guy who made that comment, though, he is very ignorant, though.
We agree with that. I don't. Let me just say something. I don't know if that clip, because it's all over the internet. I don't know if that's actually him or AI, because I couldn't find a video of him actually saying it in front of the camera. So I don't know if it's him or AI. But I'm assuming that either he said that to defend himself or somebody created it to defend him. But even still, I'm asking. Do you? So you don't know what? Should she sue him? Is what I'm asking. We agree it's a dumbass comment. Even Dana White agrees with that. But I'm asking you: should she sue him for defamation of character?
I don't know the law. I would say in like some regards, maybe he could lose some pay for what he was doing, but not for not for suing. There was no actual bodily.
What if it was your wife? What if it was your wife, and this was said about her on a national stage with tens of millions of people watching this? Would you advise your wife to do anything about it, or just let it go? If she could sue, if she could sue for defamation, get some money, get an apology, who knows what else, would you advise her to sue, or would you advise her to just let it?
Well, there's two ways of doing this. So one would be
You got some answers, man.
What up? So there are two ways of doing this. One.
That's what you're gonna tell your wife? There's two ways of doing this?
Yes, because I have to respect what my wife is going to do. And
give me your two ways. Give me your two ways.
The one, we would have a discussion. Okay, hey, it was a very racist type of a comment. Yeah, there was no harm that was being done. Also, it was very low intelligence. Person is stupid.
What does that got to do with suing them? This discussion is Are you going to advise your wife to? I don't get what the discussion is about.
Hold on. And now we would also be talking like it is about we can go after the UFC. We can file a lawsuit in that way, or we can, go the route that you are basically saying, sue for defamation. But I would personally would go after the UFC though and file a lawsuit in that way though. Not going directly after him, but going after, it's the.
Well, he's going. If you go into the UFC, he's going to be a party to the lawsuit. In the comments, Alter Ego says she should wait. Let her see the response he gets from the UFC fans. The fans like what he did. I mean, you saw the response he got. Yeah, they cheered it on. So you don't need to wait for that, Alter Ego. It was pretty clear the fans enjoyed it. I mean, have you seen anything on UFC bulletin boards from the fans saying that he should get punished? No, they were okay with it.
Now, the other thing is this too. Now, if it was somebody that was African like American, and then they said, "Oh, well, Melania is a, she's a hoe and she sleeps with everybody," and then, so what do they,
that wouldn't be as popular. That wouldn't be as popular.
Yeah, so it's so there's certain ways that you gotta really, look at this stuff. Yeah. So
fair enough. Look, in my case, I'm looking at it like they're not going to stop calling this woman a man if she just ignores it, turns the other cheek. Then they'll just continue attacking her. If she sues, because this is what has worked for President Trump. It has worked in his case, and I want to say this because I'm addressing handsome conservatives as always. And also, rather, he says unless she's a man for real, I don't see why she needs to sue anybody. The reason why I would tell her to sue is because if you don't, it's going to continue. President Trump is suing folks that are saying things about him that he says is not true, and the advice is, well, if you're not really that what they're saying, then you don't need to sue him. No, he's suing because he wants it to stop, and it is working. People are more hesitant to say anything about him because he's suing people, everybody. So to me, if you wanted to stop, she should sue. Otherwise, the right is going to keep saying that about her. Last word to you. I gotta move it on. But you agree with me then, though, that if she sues, it would probably have some kind of effect.
Yeah, and I would say, as a race of people, we need to send a statement of saying, look, this is not okay. We need to stop this. It is, to some extent, we need to try to not like fight back, but we need to show that we just mean business, though. I would say it has to stop at some point, though. So
good luck with that without a lawsuit. Twisted, appreciate you coming on. Good talk. Thank you. And real quick in the comments, following up with Handsome Conservative, he says, you don't believe her suing is going to stop people from saying that, then you don't know people. I do. I'll say it this way. Maybe in forums like this, people will continue saying she's a man, but they're not going to tell it to Jesse Waters on Fox News because Fox is not going to air it. If you start suing people, it's going to be said in much smaller, limited forums. You're not going to say it in the middle of NASCAR or some shit like that, because those companies have something to lose. They're not going to put you on TV saying them like that. That's what I'm saying. It would be a difference. It would absolutely be a difference. So, and I see in the comments you say freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is something I certainly favor, but it's not without consequences. Freedom of speech doesn't come without consequences. If you're saying something to defame somebody, they can sue you for defamation. You're saying somebody is a man and they're not. She can sue you for that. You have the right to say it. There's no law that's ever going to tell you it's illegal to call her a man. Just like when Trump was saying all kinds of negative stuff about E. Jean Carroll, she didn't sue him for rape. She sued him for defamation. She put out a book indicating that Trump raped her and did all kinds of shit. Trump said the book was hogwash and was a piece of shit. She sued him for defamation because he was trying to say her documentary was a piece of shit. So she sued him for defamation, and that's why she had to go in court and convince them that what was in her book was more likely accurate than not. And she was able to do that. She won $5 million from Trump. After Trump lost the $5 million, he got out of court and continued saying negative things about her. She sued him for defamation again, and this time she won like 80-some million. But she didn't sue him for rape. She sued him for saying shit about her that was not true. So nobody said Trump was going to go to jail for what he was saying. He had freedom of speech, but it came with consequences. Consequences being those lawsuits. Looking in the comments, and you're wrong, handsome conservative. You say freedom of speech means that you have the right to say what you want without consequences. That's not accurate. That is absolutely not accurate. In the comments, freedom of speech and defamation of character are two different things. I hope she sues the shit out of all of them. True. Freedom of speech can lead to you being sued for defamation of character. You can say all kinds of shit, but there are consequences to it. People get pulled over by the cops all the time and say shit that ends up having consequences behind it. I mean, it is what it is. And he hasn't paid her nothing but $5,000. Yeah, he's fighting it. I don't think he's going to win that fight, though. I think what Trump is going to end up doing is leaving that debt onto his heirs. He's going to delay, but I don't think there's a case. I don't think Trump has a case to get that defamation stuff thrown out. Now without really turning the way our court system works upside down, he's not going to ultimately win with the E. Jean Carroll thing. I think the goal is just to keep in mind, it's more of a pride and being petty thing with Trump than it is in terms of victory. Because he is paying tons of money in legal fees to keep delaying this shit. By the time all is said and done, he probably will have paid probably at least 25% of the cost of the suit in legal fees. He's just delayed. He don't care about the money. He cares about the pride of not having to pay her. So if it costs him more money in legal fees than he has to pay her, he's okay with that. So it's more about being petty. Defamation of character is a freedom of speech because right or wrong, whatever you say has consequences. Yeah, I mean, isn't that what he's trying to get Stephen Colbert and all them taken off? Well, he had them taken off TV. That's what he's doing. He's going after them for their speech. They have a right to say what they're saying. He's going after all of the late night programs that lean left. He's not going after Greg Gutfeld. Greg Gutfeld says all kinds of negative shit on Fox about liberals. He's fine with that dude. He's only going after the liberal hosts that say things negative about him. Juice came and went. I don't know what happened to my last guest. Maybe it's time we wrap it up. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 10,000. Rolling on my floor laughing. Obama jacked all the contractors for his little tomb. Don't know what that even means. Sometimes it costs more money to show that the people suing don't really have a case. That's stupid. That's stupid. I mean, look, if you sue me for $10,000 and I think you don't have a case, at some point, I'm not going to just keep blowing money to show you. I'm not going to spend $100,000 trying to show people that your $10,000 case was bullshit. That's stupid. I mean, that makes no sense at all. I mean, if that's the case, why didn't he just keep fighting Stormy Daniels? He didn't have to pay her off with as an NDA, what is it, non-disclosure agreement? Why did him and Michael Cohen give Stormy Daniels money if they don't have if he didn't sleep with her, which is what he says, then why didn't he spend a fortune to show she didn't have a case? He had no problem paying her off. I don't buy that one. You don't keep paying money to show somebody that doesn't have a case. That's stupid. If we weren't allies with Israel, we'd have saved 17 to 23 billion US dollars, and more importantly, over 4 billion People, over 4 million people globally, including over 40,000 Americans, would still be alive. 40,000 Americans. What happened to take their lives? I agree with a lot. Well, let me just say it like this. I don't believe us being allies with Israel is what has cost us. You said we would have saved 17 to 23 trillion dollars? Trillion? I think your number is very high, but I don't think being allies with Israel is what cost us money. I think bowing down we could be allies to Israel without bowing down to them. Biden was an ally to Israel. So was Bush. So was Obama. You can be an ally to Israel without doing every damn thing they ask. Trump has allowed Israel to lead him into a war that he can't get out of. The other presidents were smart enough not to do that. I mean, Trump let Netanyahu convince him that his own chief of intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was wrong. And I'm gonna tell you something right off the bat, because I've asked this on many of our previous lives. And I had some of my viewers tell me this wouldn't happen. I said, can you ever see a day when President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are not friends and Trump is throwing Netanyahu under the bus? I actually still believe that day is coming. I believe there will be a day when President Trump is blaming Netanyahu for the war, for wrongful, well, he's already blaming him for wrongful deaths, saying he's knocking down apartment buildings. I do, because everybody that is close to Trump ultimately end up on the wrong side of him. All of them do, because Trump demands 100% loyalty and compliance. So if you criticize him about anything, you instantly become an enemy. And it's almost impossible to have a friend that you don't occasionally criticize about something. I mean, we all criticize our spouses or our ex-girlfriend and boyfriends. You're going to say something negative about them. The minute you say something negative about Trump, boom, you're an enemy. So I absolutely do see the day when Trump finally comes out and says that Netanyahu lied about something and got us in a war. Because I think everybody knows, even from the far left to the devoted MAGA, I think everybody agrees that Netanyahu is the reason we went to war. I think everybody believes that. It didn't come from our country. It came from that dude. He convinced us, or convinced Trump rather, that Iran needed to be attacked. I think they are okay with being the fall guys, says Ocean. I don't know. If Trump is like this, he's mentally unstable and shouldn't be president. That's what some of the generals were saying. Peaches, I think, or Peach Creek. That's what they were saying. Like the General Kellys and Mad Dog Mattis, and they were saying that he was unstable. Wasn't one of them in his first term responsible for contacting his Chinese counterpart and letting the Chinese know, don't worry, we're not going to follow his orders if he threatens, tries to launch a nuclear attack or something on you? Look, I'm not going to say he's the worst in world history, but yeah, he has done some shit that makes him appear unstable, such as saying a whole civilization will die tonight. That should not come out of the mouth of a sitting president when the country you're talking about is not even attacking us. If you said it about Japan on December 8th, 1941, I could understand that. But talking about a whole civilization will die tonight in Iran when they weren't even attacking us to any significant degree, no, that should not come. We knew from day one, Iran poses just a minor military issue with the United States. They are no threat to the U.S. mainland. They're no threat to Alaska. They're no threat to Hawaii. They're no threat to Puerto Rico. They are no threat to virtually any U.S. territory. There's no reason to be talking about you're going to destroy their whole civilization. That does sound unstable. Yeah, I'll agree with that. That does sound unstable. Listen, why don't you worship Donald J. Trump? Because he is a man, and I think it is blasphemous to worship another human being. Hi-O Bummer sent millions in cash on a big jet to Mideast, and they still don't stop. Still fought the war after receiving this ransom money. By the way, Trump had a physical past. Some of your information, let's say Tammy Gruski, some of your information is inaccurate in my opinion, and it's solely based on what came out of Trump's mouth. Such as the Obama sent millions in cash on a big jet to the Middle East. That's coming from Trump. That's all that's coming from. That ain't coming from nowhere else. That's coming just from Trump. So if you believe Trump, then you believe that. If you believe Trump, you believe that the money came from U.S. taxpayers. And that's just coming from Trump, though. So look, I'll leave it at that. If you believe Trump, then you believe he won the election and all kinds of other crazy shit. But that's just coming from him. I think it's pretty. And by the way, the 1.7 billion under Obama, it pales in comparison to all the money Trump has spent at this point. But you're saying that we still fought the war after the Iranians received what you refer to as ransom money. Once again, it's because you believe Trump when he said they're still developing a nuclear bomb. That's only coming from Trump and Netanyahu. The rest of the world is not agreeing with that. So you're deep into the Trump train, and you're taking his information as fact, and you're making your opinions based on what he is saying. That's it. That's the only place that stuff is coming from. Like I said, Tulsi Gabbard, who served in his own administration, says they were not developing a nuclear bomb. So, and Trump has never explained where he got that information from. So I leave that with Trump. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program. Trump needs to be held to, real quick before Lewis, hang on a second, Lewis. Trump needs to be held to account and have to explain that. If the head of your intelligence stated that Iran was not getting a nuclear bomb, and you went on Air Force One and said Tulsi doesn't know what she's talking about, and you went on and attacked Iran, he should eventually have to explain where that information came from. Because it didn't come from your own country. Where did you get that information from? He should have to explain that, because we went to war over that information. Lewis, good evening. I guess.
Hey, how you doing, Tim? Happy Father's Day.
You too. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, I don't know.
Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I do. I said thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. You do you have
It
any?
don't matter. Even if you didn't, I still would say it.
Do you have any?
Oh yeah, I got 4.
Okay. I got a couple of Rugrats. Well, one's an adult now, but thank you for the wishes as well. I don't buy into the women who take credit on Happy Father's Day. I talked about that in the beginning of the program, because a lot of single moms will be like, "This is my day too." No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Your day was in May. Quit trying to take a second day that you don't deserve. Take your May Day. But I don't know this whole thing. But let me go back to the other thing we were talking about with my last caller. Do you think Michelle Obama should sue that UFC fighter for defamation?
Absolutely. And she's not the only one that's suing her. Brittany Griner is suing her. Another woman, a white woman, some other. He's being sued by 4 people. Is the only reason he apologized.
What are they? Did he call all them men too?
No, just him making a comment like that still was kind of like detrimental, because Brittany Griner was being considered a man all the time because she's a lesbian, because she's a way she was, and the other woman is like she looks like, well, she's a lesbian or transgender or something or whatever. They all suing her. I mean, but the only reason Oprah Winfrey's even suing him. So it's like,
damn,
there's like 5 or 6 people coming after him for defamation of Michelle Obama. You know what I'm saying? So
how can they sue him for defaming? I don't get that.
What's name already held back?
How can they sue him for defaming somebody else?
Because one thing about it, when you have like a defamation suit, everybody that signs on to it gets a part of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. Just like if you have a defamation suit can have 1 million people on it. Let me give you a good example.
Even if they're not defamed?
10, 15 years ago. Well, my thing is that they consider that they can sign on to it because they agree with it. Let me give you a good example. Wells Fargo, about maybe 15 years ago, was taking out mortgages in their customers' names and using their customers' information to buy homes.
Yeah.
Okay, I get a check. They lost a $500 million lawsuit. I get a check for $1.42 every month as part of that wealth.
Wow.
Even though it didn't affect me, but it could have been me because my mortgage was under them. So I still get a check for it. You know what I'm saying? Wow. And that's what they're saying. It's a defamation lawsuit. It's not an individual lawsuit. Michelle Obama's is an individual, and everybody else that feels like what he said was detrimental to them too, because they have been accused of stuff like that.
I don't know if I don't know if they're gonna win that. That's crazy. I never. That's above my legal knowledge.
They already won it because the corporate officer, even what's the guy name that owns the UFC?
Dana White.
Already garnished his wages.
Well, I'm happy for him.
He won't get paid.
I didn't know that, but I'm happy for him. I didn't know you could sue for defamation of somebody else, but if that is the case, I'm happy for him because look, he claims it was just a joke and he always talks like that. Like, this ain't got shit to do with this fight. Why are you up here defaming?
Well, so what? If you're boasting to another athlete, it has nothing to do with the ex-first lady.
Right.
That has nothing to do with that. He was kowtowing to Donald Trump. Let's just be for real. That's what he was doing.
Yep. Well, maybe Donald Trump will pay. Maybe Donald Trump will pay his lawsuit.
And that's what he did.
Yeah, maybe Trump will pay his lawsuit. Yeah, he was doing it to please Donald Trump. Yeah, that's 100%. Wow. Well, if he getting sued by that many people, he gonna lose.
Right after he did it.
Huh?
He said, you see who hand he ran over and shake right after he said that, right?
Well, they all shook Donald Trump's hand. All the winners went out there. In fact, he gave Donald Trump some kind of...
Right after he said that, he went over there and did it. That's what I'm saying. So he was kowtowing to Donald Trump. Let's just be for real. And it doesn't matter. I just think it's inappropriate. And no matter how you look at it, it was just not the scene to do that in front of a million people and keep it going. Because that is old news. It's already been done. He gets what he deserves. I think he deserves it, and I think she should sue him.
Yeah. And real quick on Clapper, Hanson Conservative says, how is he supposed to know whether or not she's transgender woman? Operations are pretty good. Well, the point is, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to what's going on. Why are you bringing up her sexuality? Let's say she was trans. What does that got to do with a UFC fight? It's irrelevant. It shouldn't be coming up. Why are you talking about the first lady who is not at the fight at all? This fight has nothing to do about her. Why is her name even coming up at all? So, yeah, to me, and I agree with you, Lewis, 100%. He was doing that to get on the good side of Trump. And look, if he's getting sued by all of those folks, my response is it couldn't happen to a better man. He deserves it. He deserves to lose some contracts.
I definitely think that he could say it's a joke all he wants to, but the laugh's going to be on him because he's definitely going to lose.
Yeah, it's a joke at her. Yes, if he's saying that she shouldn't sue him and it's a joke and she shouldn't make it about racism, what you shouldn't have made it about her. Okay, if you think she's going overboard, you went overboard too. Why would you turn a UFC fight into an insult against a former first lady? You went overboard. So if she's going overboard, then you guys are doing it together.
Hey, just like Michelle. Michelle's going to say this right here. I'll accept your apology, but you're still going to have to pay for it. Simple as that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. Free speech. Everybody thinks free speech has nothing to do with you as an individual. Free speech is against the government. It has nothing to do with if you say something to me that I can't prosecute you for what you say to me. That's what all the lawyers, all the big time people are saying is that if you do something that's detrimental to me because of your free speech, I can sue you. Simple as that. And you can't use the free speech. You can't use free speech. Free speech says you have free speech against the government, not against individuals.
But do you even have free speech against the government without consequences? I mean, if you say, the FBI...
Absolutely. I mean, you can definitely call the president an asshole and ain't nothing could happen to you.
But if you say the president is on the Epstein list, or the president abused a kid, if he sue you, I don't think you're guaranteed to win that.
I don't think he's guaranteed to win, but he can do it.
No, I'm saying I don't think the citizen is guaranteed to win either. I think if you had somebody like Stephen Colbert go on his show that he used to have and say that, I'm sure that Trump abused a child. That's why he's keeping Epstein list secret. I believe Trump could sue him and probably win.
They would never say that. They would never. People like those guys are smart enough not to say. I
agree they won't. No, but that ain't the point. I agree 100%. They won't say it. What I'm saying though is They don't have that level of free speech without consequence. You can't just criticize the government because it's the government and get away with saying something that's completely wrong. I mean, you can be held accountable for that.
You can't figure that. But Donald Trump is not the government. Donald Trump is not the government. Donald Trump is not the government. Donald Trump works for us. We don't work for him. He works for us.
The whole government works for us.
Right, but that's the government, the office, not the individual. Donald Trump is an individual still. He doesn't lose his individuality just because he's the president. He still is an individual.
Well, I mean, I don't get your point.
If you get sued by Donald Trump, you're not getting sued by the presidency. You're getting sued by Donald Trump.
So how is the government protected then? If I say the IRS is taking Americans' money and using it to sponsor concentration camps in Congo or something like that, I believe
ain't nothing nobody can do to you.
I don't agree with that. I just think they don't do anything to you.
I'm telling you now.
I actually, let's say for instance, hold on. Let's say I make that exact statement that the IRS is taking U.S. taxpayer money and they're funding pedos in Cambodia or something like that. So some person gets outraged and goes to an IRS office and blows it up because he believes, like Pizzagate, they believe what I'm saying. You're saying the IRS can take no action against me at all?
No, none whatsoever.
I don't know if I believe that.
Well, the guy that did do Pizzagate, because it did happen. That's actually a true story.
Right.
So what happened to the people who were saying that that's what it was? Did anything happen to them?
No, but that don't mean nothing couldn't happen to him. Just like Michelle Obama is probably not going to take action against this guy. That don't mean she can't do it though.
Oh, she filed a lawsuit. It's already been filed, bro.
I haven't heard that. I don't think that's true.
Ask Alexa.
Alexa, did Michelle Obama file a lawsuit against the UFC fighter that called her a man? I don't think it's true.
No, Michelle Obama hasn't filed a lawsuit against the UFC fighter. The rumors about a lawsuit are false and have been debunked.
Yeah. Alexa, stop. Yeah, I looked it up when I heard that myself. I saw it on the internet. That ain't true. But like I said, she could do it. She has a legitimate case.
I think I heard it too, and I didn't really verify it, and I apologize to you for saying that. But I heard that she did file a lawsuit. I heard that Oprah. Actually, anybody has filed a lawsuit against.
What is his name? Josh. What is his name? Josh. Okay. Alexa, has anyone filed a lawsuit against UFC fighter Josh Hokett for calling Michelle Obama a man?
No lawsuits have been reported against Josh Hokett for his comments about Michelle Obama. The UFC CEO called the comments disgusting, but no legal action has been mentioned.
So everything you heard sounds like it's inaccurate. Alexa, stop. To me, I agree with you. Somebody should sue him, though, because this ain't gonna be the last time somebody's gonna do that to her. And I think if a lawsuit happened, even if she lost the lawsuit, he gotta come up out of his salary to pay lawyers to defend it. And Michelle Obama's a lawyer in her own right. So I think they should.
That's how rich people fight anyway. Because Donald Trump loses most of his lawsuits, but the money that he actually gets you to spend trying to defend yourself is how he wins.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's how he wins. Because that's what Comey says. Comey says the money is costing me to defend these stupid allegations. That's not costing him anything because his lawyers are being paid by the government, and so he can come after me. But my lawyers, I have to pay for. So that's unfair. So that's why Comey put in a counter lawsuit for defamation because he did that. So Comey probably will win his because he's at least gonna get his lawyer fees paid.
Yeah, I actually think Michelle Obama would definitely.
Me and you gonna pay it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Michelle Obama would get a good.
I think she could win.
Yeah, she would get a good. I think she would get a good victory against Josh. I mean, it was embarrassing to stand on a huge stage like that. I mean, obviously, his defense has nothing other than it was a joke. They can't try to say, well, it's actually accurate. First thing I would do is make him get on the stage and say, like Fox News had to admit Tucker Carlson was entertainment or whatever. Make him admit, I don't have any evidence to suggest this woman is a man. I was wrong for saying it, whatever the case may be. Put him on TV, but I would make him pay some money. He can go to BLM or something. Make it go to Black Lives Matter or something. But I would absolutely sue him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd make it go to somewhere that he really don't want it to go to, something like BLM or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Some cause that he's against. Brittany Griner Foundation or something.
But Tim, I just want, just Grindr. Maybe the Grindr, maybe to pay for Grindr when they broke down Grindr.
Oh, that's different. That's different. I said Brittany Griner, not Grindr. Brittany Griner, the WNBA player they don't like.
I said Grindr.
I know what you said. I know what you said.
Grindr too, you know, on the GOP side.
Yep.
All right. But Tim, I'm gonna say this to you right here. I definitely do think that they're making this so easy for the Democrats.
How?
The Democrats should I think they should just keep their mouths closed. Just play their own cards and stop looking over into the other person's hand and play their own cards. The Democrats have bad messaging. Just like you say Kamala Harris was a bad candidate. I don't think Kamala Harris was a bad candidate. I think the Democratic Party had a bad message, and she didn't know how to deliver that message. The things that people say Kamala Harris screwed up on, when they'd asked me, if I'd have been Kamala Harris, and they'd asked me, is there anything that the sitting president, and I'm the vice president, would I do different? You know what I'd have said?
Right.
I'm going to do everything different. I'm going to do things my way. That's all she had to say was something simple like that.
I would just say I got plans to do things.
It was a bad rehearsal.
Yeah, it was real bad. It was real bad. By the way, help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. Yeah, to me, I think that I disagree with your comment that the Democrats need to just keep their mouths shut or whatever. I might agree with that if they were running against some lesser candidates other than Trump, but because Trump is so good at messaging and controlling the narrative.
But they're not running against Trump. They're not running against Trump.
That ain't bullshit. That's what everybody is. I'm talking about the midterms.
I'm not talking about the senators. I'm not talking about November. I'm talking about the ones that are planning to run in 2028. They need to just focus on that. That's what I'm saying.
What happens in November, what happens in November is going to have a big part to do with what happens in 2028. You got to focus on 2026 before you're thinking about 2028. Because if you win in November, a lot of your victors are going to help you out in 2028. If the Republicans maintain the House and Senate, they're going to do a lot of things that'll help out whoever runs for the Republicans in 2028 and vice versa for the Democrats.
There is nobody in office right now that's going to be running for president that even have a chance.
What?
Only one I see that's in office right now, holding down an office in any part of our government that has a chance to win is Ossoff. Maybe Ossoff might give it a good run.
Marco Rubio has a huge chance. What are you talking about?
I don't give a shit what Mark. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about on my side. I don't give a shit about none of those guys on that side.
You don't think Gavin Newsom has a chance?
Yeah, absolutely. But he's not in office anymore. Gavin Newsom's not running again for governor.
Well, he's governor right now, though, ain't he?
Yeah, but so he just should support whoever's running.
Yeah,
who's
I
trying to
get
run.
that. I get that.
He's not campaigning for governor for himself.
Yeah.
And he right now says he's going to wait for the people to decide who's going to be the electee for governor for the Democratic side. And he's going to support him. Simple. He's got to support that person. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to get out and talk about the governorship of California anymore. He's done with that.
So nobody in office has a chance, huh?
Not on the Democratic side.
Wow. I don't know.
Maybe, and if I say this, if I say Ossoff, I'll say Ossoff might have a chance.
What about the mayor? What about the governor of Maryland? That black guy. What is his name? Westmore.
I'm so pro-black, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this country is not ready for a black man or a woman of any race. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
It's just not. Let's just stop fooling ourselves. Let's just stop playing that old stupid game right now. You need to get a Democrat in there. We don't even need a black man to be his running mate. We need a black man in there. We need two white men. A Gavin Newsom would be perfect.
You know who I think has a chance on the Democrat side you're not giving credit to? Senator John Kelly of Arizona.
Absolutely.
He's in office.
He definitely has a chance.
He's in office.
Yeah, but he's not going to rerun for senator when he leaves there either.
Yeah, I absolutely believe he has a chance. What about Tim Walz is leaving office? Tim Walz of Minnesota.
He could run, but he don't have a chance.
No, not now. He don't. I think and that's what I'm saying. Trump has done.
I think this is me personally. I think Kamala Harris should run, and the reason I think she should run because if she runs in a primary, that will say whether she would have won in a primary before.
You know, I was about to say you're crazy, but I like that idea because I actually think if Kamala Harris run, and I don't expect her to win, I don't expect her to come close, but I do expect her to take a lot of the abuse off of somebody who might win. She might be a good diversion. You know, she's a good decoy. So
she's a good decoy.
Yeah, she would be a good decoy.
Excellent decoy. Not only that, she'll make them other guys pick up their A game. If one of them beat her, they deserve it. I'm sorry. If they beat her, they deserve it.
I like that idea. I like that. I actually do agree with you. I think she would be a great decoy. She's not going to win. It's like, you know, she would be like Cha for throwing out flares.
I'm not even going to call her a decoy. I'm saying I think she'd be a great adversary. I mean, I think she would be a great adversary because if you could beat her, you can definitely beat anybody on the right. It's just that simple. I really do believe. Who do you think got a good chance on the right?
Rubio. Marco Rubio.
I think JD Vance. Because I think whatever it takes, it's going to take Trump endorsement. And I don't think he's going to overlook JD Vance.
Depends on how much money you give him. I got to move it on, though, Lewis. But I think it depends on where the money coming from. I think Trump is probably one of the most viable politicians we've ever had. And if Rubio can get the right person behind him that tells Trump, if you endorse Rubio, we'll look out for you. I think Rubio will be. I just think Trump can be bought. I just think it's just a. If I'm Rubio, I start courting Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I don't even court Trump for the vote because if I get one of them, I'm going to get Trump.
Just like I feel like a black person or a female can't win on the right. I don't think a Cuban can win on the left. I mean, on the right.
Ted Cruz
I don't think a Cuban guy is going to win the nomination.
Ted Cruz almost proved you wrong. I got to move it on, Lewis. I don't totally disagree. I'll explain why on the other side. But Lewis, appreciate you coming on. I'll tell you this. I kind of agree with him, and I kind of disagree because Ted Cruz did fairly well running for president in certain states. I think he was ahead of Trump for a while. You can tell when you're ahead of Trump because that's who he attacks the most, and he was attacking Ted Cruz's wife and shit like that. So I actually do think a Cuban could win in those circumstances. However, a lot has changed since the days of Ted Cruz running for office, and that is the horrible treatment of immigrants from the Trump administration, including Cubanos. I do not believe at this day and age the Republican Party has the same high level of support they had for Cubanos or from Cubanos that they once had. Trump has reduced the support from Cubanos. The mayoral election in Miami is a perfect example of that, where Miami elected a Democrat mayor when that town was, it's Cuban-rich area and they were electing Republicans. Trump has absolutely hurt the love he was getting from some Hispanics that went Republican. Venezuelans were also known to vote Republican. That stuff has been hurt from the Trump administration because he's treated them just as bad as the Mexicans and all the other folks. Remember, it was all about we're okay with immigrants, just not illegals or folks who are raping and murdering. All those Cubans were legal immigrants. And he started sending them back to Cuba as well. He treated them just as bad as all the rest of them. So, in fact, we used to have a rule where if you were Cuban and you got to America because of what was going on with Castro, once you made it to U.S. shores, you had a right to request asylum and stay for the most part. Trump administration got rid of that. They got rid of that. So there are tons of legal Cubans in this country that know that if Trump had been president, their family tree would not be here. His rules would have banned my grandmother or banned me from coming here. So I do believe Trump has really hurt his support with the Cuban population or the Cuban voters. But we'll see. Sir Knight, appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much. Kamala Harris runs, it'll be the same thing as Trump will get some idiot Republican. If Kamala Harris, no, because if Kamala Harris runs, she's running in the primary. She loses in the primary because some other Democrat is going to beat her in the primary. So then it'll be Trump Trump endorsed candidate running against whoever leads the Democrat Party. So Kamala Harris will be gone. Kamala Harris will fade away by June or July of 2028. So in November, when you vote, Kamala Harris won't be in there. But she would take a lot of the abuse and heat off of whoever ends up winning. So I do agree with my last caller. She would be like dumping chaff or flares out of an aircraft that's under attack. Some of the weapons would go toward the flares of the chaff, and the airplane might be able to fly safely to its destination. She would take a lot of abuse. Like, for instance, here's a good example. Amber says, and now Amber's a woman, obviously. Amber says Camel Toe Harris will never run again. It's amazing. Women do that to each other, huh? Wow. You're calling a woman Camel Toe. God, yikes. Anyway, I'm just saying, Trump has not treated Mexicans bad. Mexicans have treated us as taxpayers bad. Bullshit. Trump has treated Mexicans bad. Maybe you should go ask some Mexicans. Obama, Hillary, and Biden in Obama's term sold the uranium to Vladimir Putin. After the way Trump has handled the Iran war, you're not going to get much. That story ain't going to get much traction. Obama's been gone. Obama and Hillary's been gone for a while. That story ain't going to get much traction at this point. LOL, do you like Trump? It's confusing. You have his and JD's picture on your wall. They are the president and VP. That's why they're up there. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the likes of the program. Some of you folks showed the program a little bit of love. A few of you did. We'll go ahead and move it on. Before we do, I want to address a few comments. What does that say? Some women treat women worse than they do anyone else, says Goddess. Yeah, calling her camel toe? Wow, that's yikes. Why you not talking about the Carmelo Anthony surveillance tape? It's a good question. I heard about it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the Carmelo. I got to look at it. Does it put anything in perspective? Does it make Carmelo Anthony look innocent? Does it show Austin Metcalf beating the shit out of him and he having a bunch of people rising up with bats and clubs coming at Carmelo Anthony? What does it show? JPT Farms, Trump says, thank you for the hat mustache. So do I. Yeah. Thank you, JPT Farms, for your support. What does the Carmelo Anthony tape show? Because I'm under the impression, based on what I've heard so far, I believe Carmelo Anthony committed a felony. I think 35 years is heavy. I think murder one is inappropriate. But I don't think he should walk. I don't think he should have just I don't think it was self-defense. I'm just going to say, I don't think that Carmelo Anthony was in a situation where he had to take a life to save his own. And I believe that simply by stabbing Austin Metcalf in the chest, dropping a knife and running shows he had a way out. If you could get away after stabbing him, you could have gotten away before stabbing him. It ain't like he had his hands on you, had you in a bear hug or something, and you poked him and he let you go. And you shanked the guy. And of course, the argument is that he had to do this in self-defense because Austin Metcalf had his brother and several other goons around that were going to harm him. Well, if that's the case, then once you shank Austin Metcalf, you keep that in your hand and let the rest of them know. You see what happens when you don't listen to the orphans, warriors. You see what happens when you don't listen to the orphans. No, he dropped the blade and ran. So clearly he didn't feel the other folks was much of a concern. Otherwise he would have kept the weapon on him and maybe he took steps backwards to let them know, if you mess with me, you can get some too. Oh, he just dropped the knife and ran. So it don't seem like from what I can tell, it doesn't seem like he had to do that. He should have killed the other one. DJ, wow. You just want him to just be, you just want a needle in his arm, huh? You want Carmelo to just be put to death, huh? Said he should have killed the other one too. So double homicide, right? In Texas, a black man in a Republican district with an all-white jury. You just beg, just go ahead and kill him, huh? It shows that he was surrounded and being beaten. Then where are the marks and bruises at? I think George Zimmerman committed an act of murder on Trayvon Martin and should be in prison still. And even George Zimmerman had bruises on him. Shit, I mean, even he was able to illustrate, at least I was getting my ass beat. So I don't know about that one. You don't know how you would react to him. Yeah, I do. And I think the overwhelming majority of us in here would not have done what Carmelo Anthony done. I think the overwhelming majority of us would not have done that. Look, as somebody who carries, I say this all the time, and I got it from Active Self-Protection. If you watch that channel, if you carry lethal weapons on you, you should keep your ego in check even more so than the average person. You should attempt to de-escalate even more so than the average person, because any fight you get into, you are bringing a lethal item to that fight. If you get your ass kicked, you're going to probably have to kill someone. So you should absolutely make every effort possible when you are carrying something of lethality on you to de-escalate situations. Do not let your ego get you in trouble and avoid fights at all costs. Because if it goes south, you're going to have to kill somebody. And even if it's justified, even if it's ruled that you had to do it for self-defense, I'll give you Kyle Rittenhouse. I'll give you George Zimmerman. In both cases, what they did was ruled in self-defense. Look at all the shit they still had to go through. Look at all the stuff. Kyle Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman spent nights in jail, spent nights at home, staring at the ceiling, wondering what happens to me and my family if I get strung up for this murder they're coming after me for. And that's somebody, those are people that actually got out. Kyle Rittenhouse is on the stand in tears and shit like that. They say, I'm reading articles that George Zimmerman is still having a hard time financially because of what happened. So even if you have to take a life in self-defense, it's still a very unfavorable outcome. You don't want to go through all that shit. Think about how much money that Kyle Rittenhouse had to spend. Or not Kyle, yeah, Kyle, fucking, the guy from Silver Spoons, the 80s sitcom, gave him money. But George Zimmerman had to spend money. Kyle Rittenhouse was fortunate that people loaned him money. And I'll tell you this, if Kyle Rittenhouse did not have Ricky Schroeder loaning him that $650,000, he would be in jail because he would have to have a public defender, and they were going to string him up. Kyle Rittenhouse got saved by some wealthy white men loaning him money. Kyle Rittenhouse would have went to prison for that. He was not going to get away with that. That prosecutor had it in for him. And I actually believe Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. I just think what he done was stupid, putting himself in that situation. But I don't think he should have went to jail for murder. Them dudes was clearly chasing him with intent to hurt him. The first dude he took the life of stated he was trying to take his gun away from him. And the skateboard guy's clearly trying to kick him and shit while he's down and hit him with his. I mean, look, I don't defend what Kyle Rittenhouse did whatsoever, but it was an act of self-defense. I don't say any other way. And somebody said, "Fuck out of here." You think? No, it was self-defense. It was self-defense. In the comments, I will donate nail polish and mascara to Carmelo. Let me know where to send it. Not one person would want to switch places with Zimmerman or Rittenhouse, even if you think they did nothing wrong. True. That's the point I'm making. So if you're in Carmelo Anthony's case and you know you got a knife on you, your goal should be to de-escalate and avoid conflicts. De-escalate and avoid conflicts. If you got big dudes over there telling you need to leave from sitting over here, you need to ask yourself, is defending my right, if I actually have a right and I don't have to back down, I have a right to sit here under this tent. They don't have a legal right to make me move. I have a right to stand my ground. Is defending those rights worth going through what Zimmerman and Kyle Rittenhouse went through? Is it worth all of that? Is it even worth getting arrested, having a cop tell you, the charge is manslaughter, charge is murder, and having you go down to the jail and sent to county and to your parents. Is it even worth that? We can just get up and walk away. Is it even worth that? So, like I said, if you're carrying a lethal device, de-escalation and keeping your ego in check should be your primary reason. Too many people are fuck around and find out, I wish a motherfucker would type people carrying weapons around. And then when something go wrong, there you go. There you go. They slowed the video with him with a pistol in his hand. What do you, with Red? Yeah, to me, Rittenhouse situation was clearly self-defense. First dude is running around chasing him, trying to take his gun. The other dude is trying to do drop kicks on him and shit while he's on the ground and hitting him with a skateboard. And the other guy's armed. I absolutely believe what he did was self-defense. But it was also stupid that he put himself in that situation to begin with. Now, his situation is different than George Zimmerman, because in George Zimmerman's case, he initiated the contact. I think George Zimmerman should go to prison because he initiated the contact. So that's different than Kyle Rittenhouse's. Kyle Rittenhouse brought an AR to a riot, which is stupid. Certainly when it's a black people rioting, whites, and you coming in there as a white, you just put yourself in a dumb situation. But it's not illegal to do that. And the people who went after him did not have a legal right to do so. So to me, what Kyle Rittenhouse did was stupid, but I don't think that he should have went to jail for that. If we can't elect politicians that actually have the public's best interests at heart and are not authoritarian assholes, things like this will continue. Well, we'll talk about it in 2028 because we're not there yet. I think any candidate should know the Constitution like Smokey, and talking show that he's willing to. Well, the problem is the people don't know the Constitution like Smokey. So there's no way to judge whether the politician does. As a politician, your job is to sell yourself. Promise the people a whole bunch of shit that's going to make their lives better. Trump does that better than nobody else. And that's why he won. Kamala Harris was more like a traditional, polished politician, going up against a guy who was basically promising to deliver the fucking world to an audience of people that believed it. You don't really have a chance in a case like that. These people really believed that under Trump, everybody was going to be damn near millionaires by the time he was done. The country was going to be great, we're going to get rid of the immigrants. There was not going to be any illegals in the country raping and murdering anybody anymore. The gay community was going to disappear from existence. Just crazy shit. People believed it. Kamala Harris was promising things that were more realistic of what could actually be delivered. So they got rid of her for the guy who was promising the world. And now that he's in there, you're starting to see that the stuff he promised is unrealistic, and it probably never will be delivered. But it's too late. He has 4 years. Looking in the comments real quick. Imagine a country so great, even the people who hate it refuse to leave. Paul, you can get out of here with that bullshit. That right-wing bullshit. Anytime you hear people talk about somebody need to lead a country, there's always somebody on the right saying that they need to leave because it's a Democrat criticizing the country. Meanwhile, Trump is saying every fucking negative thing about America that he can possibly say, and the right is calling him a patriot. Military is dilapidated. People are laughing at us. We're getting ripped off. Immigrants are in the country raping and murdering everybody. The cities are shitholes. The gay people are doing all kinds of shit to our kids. The guy says all kinds of horrible shit about America every fucking time you put him in front of a mic. Where the fuck are you to come out and say, well, why won't you leave, Mr. President, if you don't like it? Where you at, Paul? Where you at? I'll go to the rally with you if you say the shit. Where you at? Knowing damn well that if a Democrat says that, you're going to tell him, well, I'll help you pack. But it's okay for Trump to say it all damn day. As a president of the country, says nothing but negative shit about the country every fucking time he's on the microphone. Have you ever told him he need to leave? Have you ever said that? Let me know in the comments. Anyhow, folks, I'll leave it at that. It's always a pleasure to talk to you folks, including you, Paul. You're always welcome back. Next time, maybe you can call in and correct me if you will. It's about free speech. We still remain MAGA friendly, even though when you say some dumb shit like that. Boy, Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care and have a wonderful evening. I got